for the premieres, but that's about it. But yeah, maybe we should do like an at community or something in the Halcyon one the day before or something. You're evil, but not that evil. If you drink coffee, we're all that evil. But on that, year 228, stream number 100 of Longdeath. We're going to hit year 230 today. Faux show. Current status. Yesterday, Apostle II died, which is a big bummer. But we still have Tiny Goliath, Quavinair, Daturo, Formal, Lilam Katsu, Crow, VimML, Costlord, Socksmell, Unnamed Merchant, Lizards, Cannon Fodder, who's very depressed, Peter, Blue Water, Trees, Black Hole, Sparkly 4K, Ghost, Rhine, Kade, Simplex, Defcom, Corvius Suede, I have hiccups, help, Patchwork, Goffer, Vinsati II, Voozle, Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap, Clay, Stone, Abe, Taurus, Belug, The Squoid, Axon, and Candle Pixie. Unnamed Merchant is now Cho Ko Bo, who didn't feel anything after being unable to practice a martial art for too long, and didn't feel anything after being unable to practice a craft for too long. Let's also give you leatherworking, stone crafting, glass making, weaving, glazing, bookbinding. There you go. Now you got plenty of crafts. You'll figure something out. Aside from that, you're 167 years old and will probably die of old age tomorrow. Born on the 19th of Sandstone, on the year 61. His sideburns are clean-shaven, his very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is arranged in double braids, and his very long hair is braided. His close-set cobalt eyes have very large irises. His nose bridge is concave. His small-lobed, flattened ears are very short. His sandy-taupe skin is wrinkled, and his ears are somewhat narrow. His hair is white. He personally would just as soon have nature and the great outdoors burned to ashes and converted into a great mining pit. Already done that. And really respects commerce and those that engage in trade values and tranquility in a peaceful day. He dreams of crafting a masterwork. He almost never feels discouraged, and he can handle stress. He has an active imagination, and he has a greedy streak. He lives in a fast-paced life, and sometimes with little determination and confidence. He doesn't seek out excitement and occasionally overindulges and has little interest in joking around. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. There you go. Welcome. Unnamed Merchant is now named Merchant. Anyway, that's it. If anybody else wants me to check in with their dwarves, give me a shout. Like Sock Smell, for example, is doing quite well. Feels wonder after communing with the embraced roses. 140 years old and is married to the lovely Costlord, who also is quite happy and feels wonder after speaking with English the embraced roses, but was worried after the lack of decent meals. Another one of our dwarves who's currently in the fort is Belug II, who's doing quite well, who says a skilled warrior is a beautiful sight to behold. A beautiful warrior is a skilled sight to behold is definitely what I was trying to read. 75 years old and still has those large cobalt eyes that he is known for. We also still have Lilam Katsu, who's, seen better days. 47 years old, inexhaustible, is a very, very, very talented wrestler, has mastered skills, and I'm still just trying to recover you. Like, anything I can do. Lilam Katsu's had rough weeks. Crow is also a little bit stressed out. Tossed him into the squad with Katsu, and hopefully Crow will sort his brain out doing that. King doesn't have any demands currently. The other dwarf that's a little bit whiny currently, I want to say, was Cannon Fodder. Yes, Cannon Fodder is also very depressed. We've had a few depressed dwarves. It's a bit of a problem. Cannon Fodder has become haggard due to tremendous stresses placed on her, although is 144 years old and is only a merchant, so not a huge deal. Although still rather depressing. We are in the middle of midwinter, meaning I'm actually just going to turn on the celebration room and let's get all the dwarves hanging out upstairs. Current status. I mean, don't we all learn to not get discouraged after retching on the stench of rotting flesh? Aquasar? Your dwarves keep dying all the time. Like, you get named and then dead the next day. Well, you should get a child named after you. If you take a merchant, yes, that's likely. But how we doing, Stick Farmer? It's good to see you. Welcome to Longdeath, day 100. But yeah, that's us. We're here. We live. Did we run, This might not actually be up. 3 minutes until next investments. Okay. The dwarves are also partying. I mean, they have to be. It's streamers. It's the weird omnipotent beings day 100 of staring at them as they make poor decisions. Make 100 babies. Oh my god. Yeah, that's that's up to the dwarves, not me, man. That's up to the dwarves, not me. Not me. I got no say in that. No say. No say whatsoever. But how's everybody doing today? Hope we're all having a good day. Hope you've been well, Stick Farmer. Empress Sectra, I'm sorry that I keep killing your dwarves. I realize that, like, you've had a number of dwarves in Longdeath, and they've all... Well, I mean, the original Prosectra lasted a pretty decent amount of time. Like, you're not entirely without dwarves that have lived. Errors in Foraging Behavior is another one that's very recent. Those are authored by Simplex. Simplex has authored a few books recently. Kade has also authored a book about himself, which is our king. Our king wrote a book about himself, which I think is kind of brilliant. That was maybe my favorite cat, or my favorite death that you've ever had was the, was you getting pushed. It was very amusing to me. Or rather, flushed, shall we say. In the Bolt Fisher Fort? Hold on a second. Are you actually expecting me to remember how long a dwarf lasted in Bolt Fishers? That was only 10 months ago. Like, you're expecting me to remember that? I am very sorry. Oh, I have a very important thing to do. I'm actually going to leave an Amazon review. I know, so I literally never, ever, 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 submit reviews on Amazon, but I just reviewed Tarn Adams and Tanya Short's book. I have to leave a 5-star review for that. Died on day 1. Oh, was that the dwarf that just like ran up and then just got eaten by a crocodile right away? Then play The Sims 4. Best time. Okay, now I'm remembering. I need like that brain lubricant to actually like. By the way, who's shocked? Surprise Pikachu, balasses. Only 2 though. We'll give them until spring, I think, and then we'll go make those ballista asses. Although funniest dwarf death I think I ever had was I had a Wolverine run onto the map, scare a dwarf up a tree, then we chopped down the tree and the dwarf died when it fell out of the tree. It literally was like the first 10 minutes of a fort, like maybe like day 10 or something. Something ran past, startled the dwarf jumped up the tree, and then I was like, well, we'll chop down the tree, and the dwarf fell out of the tree and died on the way down. It was literally like a dwarf has collided with an obstacle, and the injured part explodes into gore, and the injured part was its head. It's just like, well, it just fell out of the tree and went, pop! Goes the dwarf head. That was a fun time. I mean, like, you know, of course, although I think that the most disturbing thing I've ever written or read in Dwarf Fortress was when we dropped a baby off of the wall in Longdeath, and the baby just exploded, and it was literally just like, the dwarf baby Peter collides with left arm collides with an obstacle, the ground, and the injured part explodes into gore. It's like both of his arms exploded, his upper body exploded, his lower body exploded, and his head exploded. Like, it's just his entire body just exploded. It was oh my god, fell off the wall in this fortress and just went. It's baby paste. Somehow they managed to find enough of him that they were able to scrape him off of the concrete and like, you know, put him into a coffin somewhere, but it's just didn't have much left. It was just strawberry jam by the time he hit the ground. It's a very drunk dwarf. Simplex. What story are we telling? In the year 141, the dwarf Eternal became the captain of the guard of the Eternal Adventure of Time. I miss Eternal. Eternal was a good dwarf. Dwarf Jam? Yeah, it's just like Def Jam, but like less rappy and more splatty. A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, some people wrote in a Discord server words such as, hi, Evil Trick, I have to do a thing for a points redemption real fast, but I'm still scrolling up. Dolphins frolicking ferviously symbolic sounds. Investments might tank due to memes nowadays. Gamers couldn't sleep with Dwarf Fortress. Carp Fortress doesn't hike up taxes. Stuck with vibrant vegetables. Oh no. Blind Ariel eats salad. Iceland lava freezes sometimes when rainbows crumbles collectively under pressure vaults. LaFonda brings all the boys to the yard, and how could bees do that? Additional cushions, sadly, don't cry for cranberries. Ketchup is gross. Mustard is smelly. Rome tripped on. There you go. If you want to add to that, go to my Discord and go to the Add a Word Stories room and add random words. Hi, Evil Trick. Thank you very much for the How was Hood? How was the robbing the rich and giving to the other rich because you robbed enough that you became rich? How was the wealth redistribution stuff? Pure truth, nothing more. I mean, the bestest words. Anyway, hope you're all doing well. Couldn't find the hardcover of Tanya and Tarn's book anywhere but Amazon. Yeah, unfortunately, that's where you have to get it. But yeah, if for those of you who just came over from Evil Trick's stream, you may have noticed. But if you type Trick Cheese into the chat, my bot will give you wine. So if you want a nice glass of wine to have with your cheese, you can get that right here. For those of you who don't know, Evil Trick is part of my stream team. He's a fantastic lad, and sometimes on Mondays we play games together. Also, Evil Trick, Totally Accurate Battle Simulator is on Game Pass, so maybe we should play some of that because that's got co-op. Yeah, that's what Evil Trick is. Go give him a follow. And you might hear his voice on this stream tomorrow because tomorrow we're playing Gartic Phone on this stream. How's your baby boy doing? Not dead. So there's that. You felt enjoyment after playing Make Believe. Yeah, you don't seem too sad about the fact that your mom died while she was carrying you. So. And you stayed alive for the rest of the year and grew up because, or rather not while she was carrying you, but your mom died rather close to you, which is unfortunate. But, Your younger sibling was survived after having buckets of water poured on her head for a year, which is lovely. You're oblivious to the concept of neatness and will just leave your stings strewn about without a care, which is lovely. And you never feel discouraged. Meaning, like, if you take an object to a job site, your dwarf will just like drop it at the job site instead of putting it away afterwards. Some dwarves will like put the stuff away afterwards, and then you will just be like, I've taken this bucket to this thing. Now I'm just going to drop it on the ground. Oh, Chocobo's reading A Wizard Gets Guide to Pulleys. That's a classic. Written by Squug, one of our old mayors. Concerns the construction and use of the pulley. Great book that was written in this fortress a long time ago. I mean, that book wasn't cheap here regardless. The book was $80 for the not hardcover. The hardcover is like $200 in Canada before shipping. And shipping wasn't free, so. You have a good lunch, LaFonda. You believe that you are happy. I play make-believe and pretend that I'm happy in his sad days. So, I mean, I wanted to get the hardcover one, but I didn't because of the cost of it. So, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Books be expensive. But it's okay. I mean, they had lots of authors on it, and they need to get paid, so. They need to get paid. But yeah, Evil Trick, we should look at some of that Totally Accurate Battle Simulator. I'm just saying. Because I think that would be a bunch of fun. A whole bunch of fun. Whole bunch of fun. But, you know. We're just playing Dwarf Fortress. I think later this afternoon I'll take a look at before we leave. And that's kind of the plan for today. So, this is the 100th day I have streamed this particular fortress, which we're trying to keep alive for 1,000 years. So we will play out this day worth of this fort, and then later tonight we will check out before we leave, which just launched on Steam today, I think. Unless it gets like an awful reception, which I don't think it will. Because, yeah, it just popped up for sale on Steam. So yeah, we'll give that a look-see. Unless I visit the circus or something? I mean, if I just let it run, they would die out. I'm pretty certain of that, if I just let it run. If I just let it run, it wouldn't last very long. Or rather, I mean, it would last a bit, but... Darren! Thanks for the $3. Cheers. For $3. Pumping up that #1 spot. Cheers. Jack, can I get a couple beers for that? Big thank you. Keeping that tip jar going. Are those chairs? Are those 2 chairs I have side by side? I may have done that. Yeah, that is. I need 2 more tables. Just a few, which we'll do after. How's the king doing? Yeah, he's still fine. He will live. And thank you guys for all of the support today. All the tips earlier and the bits. Goes a long way, seriously. You need to use up your monthly allotment of bits? Well, I hope that you have a good vacation. I'm assuming that means we won't see you for a while then, yeah? Because I hope that you have a good vacation. Since you commented on going on vacation, I'll have you know that your dwarf says, surround yourself with friends that you can trust, and you will be unstoppable. You're 99 years old. Look at that. You're born in year 129. Meaning your dwarf is turning 3 digits today. And you feel satisfied remembering bone carving or improving bone carving. You still dream of raising a family, and you need a significant other. Well, good luck on that one. Good luck on that one. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make another zone. And I'm just going to call it Celebrate Plus. And it's just going to be this corner of the tavern. And they will hate this one. But what we're going to do is we're going to alternate that one and the other one so that they all hang out in very close proximity. Like, they don't even pray anymore. They will come down here from up top there and all hang out in this very small area. We'll let them do this for, I don't know, a month, and then we'll put them back into the normal one. How about blind dating? I mean, I don't know anything about dating, so don't ask me. No, I mean, it's just you need the dwarves to be in close proximity. Fortunately, Tarn added in an addition to the... You haven't found any in Florida? I mean, I feel like Florida isn't much of a sausage state, yeah? But in Dwarf Fortress, in a recent update, Tarn made it so that when dwarves... are in taverns that cluster up, which helps a lot. So you don't quite need to just, like, lock them in bedrooms together, but, like, there are points where that would be the optimal thing to do, is just lock them in a room together. But unfortunately, I can't quite do that. I can't quite do that. I'd like to, but I can't quite. Popping up Belinair's stream. Popping up my teammate's stream. But yeah, today the whole goal is to just get these dwarves to hook up. Please, just hook up. For the love of all of that is Armok, please hook up. Please, dwarves. Please. But they're all listening to a story, so that's good. Let's let the squad come up. If work pops off, have a good BRB. So hopefully they go pop upstairs in a minute. Basically, I'm going to leave them up here until they run out of a stockpile of booze. So we're going to start doing this now. So we're going to let them do their normal celebrations. Then after they do their normal celebrations, we will force them into this smaller celebrations room where they all have to hang out in the tavern for a little bit. Uh-oh, attend meeting. That's not good. Where they all have to hang out in the tavern for a little bit. I actually need to add a second room to this. Regardless, Celebrate Plus needs access to the mayor's office so that dwarves that want to attend meetings can go do that. So basically just like cranking this up. But taking a look at air quotes wonderful product. Oof. Yeah, I don't know. I don't generally, or rather, I don't go out of my way to go to meat markets, you know. But that does look tasty. That does look real tasty. I'm not gonna lie. It looks real tasty. Not gonna lie, that looks really tasty. Well, Katsu is harrowed by the nightmare that is her tragic life. So basically, I'm going to do this until spring. Which actually isn't that much time in game. But like if this doesn't work, then I don't know. If this doesn't work, then I don't know. Not that we'll be in trouble necessarily, but we need more children in the fort. So hopefully there's as few distractions as possible in here. Like, for example, this dwarf. Need you to find a lover. And our good king. You also need to find a lover. Well, you need to get married, rather. Well, you just made a friend, so that's good. The fact that dwarves are actively making friends. How about our mayor? Content having a pretty decent drink? God, you've got so many friends. We need more social butterflies. I think this is why this is our mayor, is because they're just all of the friends. I've just got this Windows update staring at me down at the bottom right of the screen, which I'm going to do tomorrow. Or tonight, rather. I'm not going to do today. Because screw doing it today. Scheduled it to go off tonight at midnight, so. I was worried after not acquiring anything for too long. Hey, for dwarf friends. I mean, there's so many dwarves here who are just like, I dream of raising a family. And it's like, you have no friends. It's like, well, you're not going to do a very good job raising a family if you have no fucking friends. It's like, quite literally, how are you going to do anything with no friends? And then there's dwarves like Black Hole, where all of their friends are dead. Like, literally, okay, their only friend who isn't dead is this person. I talked to my sibling. I feel fond. Well, that's good. Fortunately, we're not seeing any tantruming, which is good. Because tantruming in an area like this could be dangerous. All right, they're getting hungry. I think I'm going to give it another 4 or 5 days. Actually, you know what? We'll just let them go to the normal celebrate room. So we'll let them spread out a little bit. Go get drinks and whatnot. So if they get hungry, they can go eat, because eating is now on the lower layer. They can also go sleep in their bedrooms. Still doesn't feel like I've streamed to this fortress 100 times, though. Can burrows cross Z levels? Oh, absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. And the areas don't have to be connected. So you can have, like, multiple small burrows. Like this Z level, which is Celebrate, is this area. That area, so that they can go get food. And then all of the bedrooms around the edges. What are you carrying to eat? A grape! That must be a big grape. Cannon fodder's just having a panic attack in the stairs. You're going to get something to eat? All right. Have a good time. But yeah, no, we're basically just like trying to force these dwarves to you know, have a good time. And, you know, to a degree it's working, to a degree it's not. It's certainly slowing down the frame rate. That's something that's doing. Because burrows dislike frames. Or frames don't like burrows. Yeah, just get more than a single grape. I mean, I'm convinced that it's like, it's not a single grape. It's a unit of grapes, which is like probably like a pound of grapes or something. or a kilo of grapes. An amorphous form of grape substance large enough to fill a dwarf. Ideally, partially fermented grape substance, you know? Let's lock them into the more specific spot. There's a buzzard flapping around. A unit? Yeah, it's a unit of grapes. Well, when they say it's like, it's when a dwarf is, say, carrying, I don't know, you were carrying something, but I think you just ate it. When a dwarf is carrying a plump helmet, it's not a single plump helmet. It's a meal's worth of plump helmets. Just like when a dwarf goes and picks up a strawberry, it's not an individual strawberry. It's a meal's worth of strawberries. So I say it's like it's one unit of this. So one unit isn't necessarily a single berry or a single piece of meat or, you know, when they describe a meal, it's like it's big enough to be a meal, right? So when a dwarf is eating that, it's enough for them to last until they need to eat next in 6 weeks or whatever. No, it's just how burrows work. Because dwarves will still try to do things outside of the burrow even though they're not allowed to do it. It's not a, well, I mean, of course it's a pathing issue, but it's like, that's just how burrows work, unfortunately. I know exactly why burrows slow down FPS. It's not, actually, I wouldn't really describe it as a pathing issue. It's just how pathing works. A bunch of grapes. Yeah, a bunch of grapes. Exactly. It's not just a single grape. It's a meal of grape. A meal that consists of grape stuffs. Roughly that, yeah. They eat about once a season. Smitty? Dwarves don't eat very much, which is why most new players have, like, way too much farming going on. Like, I have 31 dwarves in this fort, and they're fed by one farm plot of 3x3, basically. Dwarves do not eat a lot. Well, it's like one of the biggest signs of a new player in Dwarf Fortress is when they have massive farms planted. It's like, oh, I see you haven't played this game much. For this season in one meal? Yep. They're like camels. Camels only need to drink once every billion years, whereas dwarves only need to drink once a lifetime. Or eat once a lifetime. Not quite, but a bit of an exaggeration. Talked with a friend, unable to acquire anything, frustrated with me on the price of martial art, you for doing your renters, you want to practice the craft, fondness talking with a friend. Fondness talking with sibling, fondness talking with sibling, talking to a friend. Felt pleasure near a fine instrument. You actually really like it up here. I can't stand the world any longer. That's upsetting. Affection after talking with a sibling. Interested after watching performance. Proud after remembering teaching stonecrafting. Fondness when speaking with a friend. Taurus is a good dwarf. I like you. Now go marry the king already. Oh yeah, they drink they drink roughly once every 2 weeks. They eat half as much as they drink. They get most of their sustenance and fuel from the booze. They're like combustion engines, you know, where you can run a combustion engine off of really strong vodka. That's what dwarves are. It's like the scene in The Gods Must Be Crazy when they power the airplane off of vodka. Celebration's over, dwarves. Hopefully you guys get married. Yeah, I need to like check the wiki to actually see how frequently they drink. Because I do not actually know. But it is far more frequent than they eat. And Mayor also wants high boots. Iron boot. High 3. I think that's right, right? Right? 3? 3? Yeah, there we go. You're storing stuff in a barrel. I'm gonna go harvest plants. I might just assemble 3 ballista arrows. Just get that done, because I don't really want the king to have a spaz attack about that shit. Because all the dwarves have to store everything. Spring has arrived. Year 229. Is it time for old dwarves to die again? Unfortunately, probably, yes. It's that scary day of the year where people randomly keel over. Because that's how aging works in this world. Spring has arrived. We lost somebody. The annual tribute from Bastageous Mac has arrived. Looks like they brought us a piece of clay. Not sure who's dead. It's not the mayor. Checking bedrooms. I do not see any. Ah, there we go. Rest in peace, Voozle Voozle. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Voozle Voozle? Was born in the fort. Died in the fort. You were a good dwarf. Voozle Voozle's corpse. Come on, chat. This dwarf grew old in this fort. We can get more than just a couple of beers. I've been rained on. It's so exasperated. Last feeling was he didn't feel anything after being away from friends for too long. That poor, poor dwarf. Goodbye, Voozle. Do I have enough coffins? Of course I do. Way ahead of that. Way ahead of that. I'm sorry, what, Kravicus? Chat, you guys are still failing me. That's only 1, 2, 3 people putting beers into the chat. I don't know why I even bother asking. You guys are so bad at the one job that you have, which is post a fucking emote. Sad days. Sad, sad days, Chad. You disappoint me. You disappoint me. Thank you, Peter. Nah, it's all good. Do what you guys gotta do. If you guys are AFK, be AFK. But rest in peace, Voozle. You were a good dwarf. All the same. If you don't have access to the beer emotes, just simply type in the word beer or the beers emoji and the bot will give you a beer. It's very easy. Everyone has access to the beers emoji or the word beer in multiple languages, in fact. So even if you don't know what a beer is, you could type in the word for, you know, bready liquid alcohol. Unfortunately, the exclamation point actually breaks it, Johnny. My bot's not quite that smart. You have to, like, lightly whisper it into the bot's ear. If you scream it, that just won't do anything. You all tabbed for this? I'm so sorry. One silty clay. Well, I can tell that the humans at the group of alchemy are not very excited about the fact that I'm on my 100th day of streaming this fortress. They are not very excited about this fact. So they brought me a piece of silty clay. Not even like smooth clay or fire clay. It's literally just fucking silty clay. Oh, also Chocobo's dead. Also, Chocobo's dead. Remember how I named that dwarf earlier today? Sorry, Chocobo. I mean, you were 17,000 years old after all. You guys can watch them bury this dwarf. I'm going to quickly take another leak because apparently I need to do that. Body's working weird today. Back in a sec. All right. I returneth. So, something I would like to do, and the reason I let you guys follow Chocobo's corpse is because I need to figure out where our good friend Vuzel Vuzel's buried, which is right there, because I would like to give Vuzel Vuzel an engraving, because that dwarf was here for so long. I'm just curious as to what that dwarf will get, but... And also I've got a couple other coffins I need to make into coffins. There we go. The militia captain has been depressed for several months. Or several years in game. But I've had a depressed militia captain for a while. In fact, I commented on it earlier today. It's Little M Katsu, who's been depressed for multiple streams. Hasn't tantrumed, fortunately. And is just a wrestler, so it's something that I'm used to and dealing with. Being in the militia is the only thing that keeps them happy, and socializing is the only other thing that looks happy. I mean, I didn't really look at the hardcover because I can't afford it, so I didn't even bother. I ain't spending $200 on a book. If you don't want to buy it, don't buy it. If you want to buy it, buy it. Literally that simple. The elves are here to trade, though. Maybe they will have brought some interesting things for today. I don't know. I don't know why there's so much internal deliberations here. It's like either buy a book or don't. I mean, yes, but this isn't a university book we're talking about here. We're talking about Tarn Adams' book. It's like, yes, it's expensive. If you don't want to buy it, don't buy it. Like, you won't die if you don't buy it. Actually, I actually don't want to do this. Because these are just elves. And Rechained, hello. Yeah, I bought my ex's university books when she took a few courses and then dropped out 6 months later, and we were never able to get the books paid for. Sold them used. I had a deal because she had a friend who really wanted those books. And no, I never got the money back from him. It was a good use of $700. Very good use of $700. Hope you're doing well today, Rechain. Today is the 100th day of streaming this fortress. The 100th day. of the longest death, where hopefully we can force dwarves to go get married. Because we're having problems. But we need to trade with some elves and then lock them back in the tavern. Yeah, one of them was 400 and then the other one was 3. So it was about $700 in books. Several of your professors in your university saying don't buy the textbook if you don't want to. It's not required, even if the syllabus says it's required. Well, I mean, I never lived that life, so I don't know. But trust me, if there was a world where I didn't need to buy that book, I would have felt a lot better about my day. But I guess put it politely, fuck your prof. Because, yeah, it's required. If you want to pass, it's good to have your materials. Especially if there's no other way of accessing it. But it's whatever. Old wounds. Why am I torturing myself like this? Mule, an emu, a pig sow, a horse, a cardinal, no gremlin. Sad days. Cotton cape. We need to make those high boots. I'm going to give you armoring. I need someone else to help with those high boots. I don't know. I'm not, the book that I'm talking about is a completely irrelevant, not university textbook that I bought that I'm using as a tax write-off because it's Tarn Adams' book and it's useful references for conversations and knowledge for the games that I stream. So the book that I purchased because it was a tax deduction, and it's like, well, I would like to own this book, so it's a combination of wanting to own the book, and you know, it's not a university book, and because I've bought it and I've been reading it doesn't mean that you should do that. Only do it if you want to, and if you don't want to do it, don't do it. Don't complain about it being expensive. Buy it or don't. Simple as that. Maybe see if you can find a used copy if you can't find it. Like, it's literally that simple. Like, I'm not trying to convince people to buy that book. Just buy it if you want. Don't if you don't. It's that simple. If you want it for your project, then it's relevant, and then buy it. I don't know. Complaining about prices of things is very much just it's buyer's market. If it's not worth it, don't buy it. It's simple as that. I would like to have owned the hardcover, but the hardcover is not worth it. Yeah, well. If you don't like paying for textbooks, vote for commies. Stop paying for textbooks. I don't know. This is out of my realm of expertise. I had to pay for textbooks once, and I will never do it again. It just adds to the list of reasons why I genuinely think that schooling is the biggest fucking waste of time that our society has figured out how to do. But, you know, screw that. Never doing that again. So can we please change the subject or talk about anything else, because it's a very unpleasant subject. No one actually likes it. It's just people venting. Have you ever heard of this thing called a 3-ringed binder? Rechained. It's weird old technology. No one uses them anymore, but I recommend them. King wants 2 more ballista arrows. You want 3 more high boots. I don't know. University students should be given a university licensed Kindle with all your shit on it. You feel like you're skipping ahead? What's in the past is history. They're VODs. They're meant to be there as an archive. I'm genuinely shocked so many people watch them. Thanks, Jack Nurek. Thanks for watching. Considering like you've been around longer than the 100 days. I don't know if it's a congrats or a streamer. Go do something better with your time. Ponder rainfall. Oh, that's new. Interesting. You're interested near a wonderful container. But Ghost, you are pondering the concept of rainfall. And division now. King's now pondering rainfall. Yeah, I mean, like, it's... I don't know. I wouldn't really consider it spoilers. But, you know, you do you. Obviously, for me personally, I would prefer people watch live, but at the end of the day, do what you want to do and watch what you want to watch, and don't what you don't, and don't what you don't. It's that simple. You're almost working in the Space Research Institute? So when do you fly to Mars? Then why even space if you're not going to go to Mars? What is even the point of space if you're not going to go to Mars? I mean, as if Elon Musk is the only person with enough idiocy and money to send rockets to Mars. You forget that there's like, 3 other major space industries in the world. 4, actually, I think. Probably more than that. It's very American of you to think that the only people who want to go to Mars is fucking Elon. Forget all the shit that Russia's doing, all the shit that China's doing, all the shit that NASA isn't doing. But they're not in the popular Western media. You mean in Western memes? God, I've developed this fucking distaste for, like, I feel sick when people talk about Elon these days. He makes me feel ill. NASA didn't host SNL now, did they? You make a valid point, yes. They did indeed not host SNL. True story, I've never actually watched an episode of SNL. I've seen, like, highlight reels and shit, of course, but I've never actually watched SNL. I mean, North Korea's probably already inhabited Uranus, so, That wasn't even a funny joke. Why am I going straight into potty humor? We all know that Elon is Wario. No, Elon isn't Wario. Come on. Elon is definitely more like Lanky Kong. Elon is definitely Lanky Kong. Or like Waluigi. Absolutely not Mario. But just joke specifically. I realize you're a dad and you have the right thumps to make all of the dad jokes. You do not own the rights to all of the jokes. Okay? So just because you butt jokes are your specialty, right? That doesn't mean that you have the right to call ownership of all forms of humor, sir. Like, yes, you can come in here and make a bad pun and say, I have a dad, I have a license here. Like, let me show you my pun license. Or your license, as we like to call them. But you're looking to patent butt jokes. Man, the LGBT community is not going to like that very much. Still pondering rainfall. That's like watching a horror film. I mean, I know where North Korea's embassy is around here, but I've never been in there. The Uranus joke works for you. I'm not targeting anybody in specific. I'm just rambling. Jokes are jokes. Cackle at them. Why am I deconstructing the bridge? Because this needs to go around it to get up to this. I'm slowly building this glass tower, which, you know, might be filled with various hot liquids in the future. Or cold liquids. Haven't decided yet. Hey, Costlord, your dwarf hasn't died yet. You're hunting. But yeah, that's what your dwarf's up to these days, Costlord. It's good to see you. You know, I really wish people wouldn't be like, you had a really good run. It's a pity that you died. I could tell you exactly why you died. It's like, I know exactly why I died. Somebody just commented on the Discord about the Golden Crown Hotel run from yesterday, and it's like, well, I know why I died. Like, I can deconstruct it in my brain. I'm not an idiot. I can look at it and be like, all right, well, I know why that happened. I'm not happy about it, but... It's like, here's a tip on how you could have avoided that. It's like, I know how I could have avoided that. I can deconstruct it in my brain. I'm an intelligent adult. God. I love it when people mansplain how I died and how to avoid a death like that. It's like, well, just maybe don't do that. That dwarf's gonna fall. It's like I love learning new roguelikes and going through that process. I hate, like, being explained roguelikes that I'm enjoying learning. It's like, this is a game that I am very much enjoying the process of making mistakes and learning piece by piece. And it really sucks just being told, hey, this is what you should have done. Or... these are 3 things that you figured out towards the end of the run anyway that you should have been doing all along. It's like, no shit. That's why you learn games. Like, the whole process of learning games is a make mistakes, experiment, and failure. And if you just tell somebody, if you did this, and this, it's like, what the fuck, fucking, like, no shit. That's... But good morning, Taylor. It's good to see you. It's technically morning for another 15 minutes here. But I don't know. It's just kind of one of my pet peeves. People are way too quick to offer advice unsolicited. Just, you know. How long have you been here? Other Aqua often is lurking from more or less the start of the stream. Other Aqua tries to be here for record streams generally. Although, I'll be honest, I'm having a hard time reading the difference between Tele and Aqua's names just because your names are the same color, even though Aqua's names is way longer. Hey, yeah. King, have we gotten any of those done yet? Okay. I'm definitely short on something. Let's check the bars screen. Iron, plenty. How about charcoal? None. There we go. We need charcoal. Let's get 200 charcoal going. In order to make metal objects, I need charcoal. But yeah, I don't know. I'm probably way too picky with spoilers, but it's just really frustrating when you lose a run in a roguelike and then you have somebody come in and tell you all of the things that you figured out during that run. It's like, well, I don't know really what you want me to do or how you expect this advice to help. It's like, I know you're trying to be nice and I don't want to be mean, but you're not teaching me anything. You're just being kind of frustrating. Now you're imagining a roguelike where a fairy follows you around the whole game, explaining how to improve your run and everything you've done wrong and could be improved, and makes a really annoying sound every time a dialogue box opens up, and the dialogue boxes only happen at really inopportune times. And it's just called Backseat Gamer. I would never play that game, but I would be happy if it existed. Also, to be clear, I'm not really, like, mad. I'm not mad at the person on Discord who's doing that or anything. It's just, I don't know. Just say that you enjoyed the run and the death was unfortunate, and I'd be okay with it. And it's like, if the person watched to the end, they'd know that, like, all the tips that they're giving me are just like, yeah, that shit that I figured out towards the end. Also, I could have gotten out. All I needed to do was use a potion that just happened to be one of a teleport potion, but I did have several floor teleport or potions that could potentially have been that, but it was a 1 in 3 chance to make that for a 7-day RL. I don't know. I don't know. That feels like you'd need a lot of adaptive text. I mean, maybe you could do it. I don't know. I feel like that would be kind of complicated to do. I don't know. That would literally just be a roguelike with a really, really, really obnoxious tutorial. That's all that it would be, right? Like, just a really obnoxious tutorial. The video game. It's like, what's your game? A really obnoxious tutorial. Excuse me? You should do that, actually. Aqua, sorry. You should really do that. A really obnoxious tutorial art roguelike. I'm just kind of looking forward to that game, My Cousin the Rogue. I don't know if anybody's seen that, but I posted it on Discord. Yeah, my cousin the rogue. This looks like it was a 7-day RL, but I don't know. I don't think it was. It's literally just it's a traditional roguelike where you are a master of the dungeon and you have to play a pseudo snake to rescue all of the monsters from the evil rogue that's there to kill all of your friends who are the monsters, and you get abilities based on what monsters you have following you. It's a mix of Stanley Parable and Rogue. Oh God. Actually, that I would play. That would be a lot of fun. There we go. Although you'd need some equivalent of the go outside achievement. It's like, why are you playing this again? Do you really hate your life that much? Jeez, go get laid. Do something better with your time. Cannon Fodder's been stricken by melancholy. R.I.P. Cannon Fodder. Just like a game that insults you and like gives you really, really, really petty feedback on how to be better at it. It'd be somebody with the people who get into that game though would be into some interesting kinks. Kind of like Frog Factions 2. Oh shit, yeah. Doesn't no, well technically that's Frog Fractions 3 actually. Frog Fractions 2 was an ARG. Frog Fractions 2 was the ARG. And yells at you when you don't follow what it says. And then, like, its tutorializations lead you into traps that'll kill you. But yeah, no, the super secret metagame, Frog Fractions 2, definitely did some of the insulting of you. Alright, I gotta get the wrestling squads working out again. Also, nobody important. It's good to see you again. Welcome back. You're prepped for next year then? I mean, I'll stream it. I'm sure it could be fun. Actually, it probably wouldn't be fun. It would probably be really obnoxious, but... I didn't realize you made 7-day RLs. Why haven't you linked any of them in my Discord so I could play them? Because I always play a couple of 7-day RLs, but... I never play them all because I'm not... I don't know, that crazy, I guess. There we go. Yeah, I don't know. It always makes me kind of sad when people are just like, yeah, I participated in this, and this Ludum Dare, and these other game jams. It's like, why didn't you ever give me any... Slash isn't even remotely fun. I mean, who cares? It's game jam. I'm kind of kicking myself that I never found the time to dive into that dungeon crawler jam. There's a game jam that happens on itch, which is first-person turn-based and real-time dungeon crawlers. So games like Daggerfall and Grimrock. And, you know, the Ultima Underworld type games. That sort of stuff. So, like, party-based dungeon crawlers. But I didn't find the time, unfortunately, to check out any of the stuff that was made this year from that. There wasn't even that many entries. There was, like 300 entries or something. Pretty easy to dig through. You saw that jam after it was over? Is it yearly? Yeah, it's yearly. This is the second year they did it, if I'm not or at least the second year they did it through itch. But yeah, it's yearly. 'Tis indeed. it's always kind of tough when you hear about a game jam after it's over, and it's like, I always just freak out when people compare my interviews to roguelike radio stuff. It's just like, man, my stuff's nowhere near the quality of roguelike radio. Come on. Giving me too much credit here. Stop it. Uh-oh. You're going to fall. Just gotta do it this way. Curse me for being a little bit more efficient. It's summertime. We'll keep that jam on your radar too. That one's a lot longer though. I think they have like 3 weeks or something to get the game done. Like, it's a pretty long jam. I guess like making a first-person dungeon crawler is a bit more intensive than, you know, a roguelike or even something like Ludum Dare, where it's just like, okay, grab Game Maker and do something. You know? When you're a little bit more constrained in what you can do, they give you a bit more time. You know, I have no interest in playing Biomutant, but every time I see screenshots for this game, every single one of the baddies in this game just looks like Stitch to me from Lilo and Stitch, or something from Lilo and Stitch. Like, all of these things just look like something from Lilo and Stitch to me. It's like all of these critters, all of these dudes, like, that looks like something from Lilo and Stitch. That looks like something from Lilo and Stitch. It's like all of these big monsters just look like stuff from Lilo and Stitch to me. Hey, Critty. What's up? Cheers. Thank you. Longdeath has been alive for 100 streams. 224 years. What was that game? Biomutant. It's coming out pretty soon. It's out in a couple days, I think. Biomutant. Yeah, it's out on... actually, it's out in 12 days. Yeah, THQ Nordics Biomutant. It's a game about being a funny-looking little furry, and you go beat up other funny-looking furries. The video game. It looks pretty good. Not gonna lie. Not really my kind of thing. It's like a action adventure, open world thingy. Yeah, I mean it looks fine. Not really my thing though. Not something I'd stream anyway. I'd play it, but not on stream. Not the sort of thing I would stream. We're gonna have to build around the river, which is gonna be interesting. So. My king has another demand. 2 more ballista arrows. But how are you today, Critty? Stream's been pretty damn good so far. Chat's been generous. We had Vuzel passed away, unfortunately, as well as a dwarf that was a very old merchant, so nothing of value was lost. Who went melancholic? Katsu. Lil Katsu. It's either Katsu or cannon fodder right now, because those 2 dwarves are pretty far gone, which is very unfortunate. I've been trying to recover Katsu, and we made some headway for a bit there, but I don't know. Not holding out hope. I'll put it that way. Stresses of day-to-day living. That's one of those dwarves that just kind of got some negative traits that were a bit much, and dwarf is falling down the sadness hole, which is always tough to watch. Always tough to watch. And the humans have arrived to trade because we've reached early summer. And this is where I have a lot to bring to trade. Because we have a lot of dwarves that passed away. We also have a lot of crafts to sell. There you go. Perfect. Meaning the dwarves have a lot of things to bring to the depot. Yeah, no, those two dwarves have been pretty far over the deep end for a bit now. Like I said, it's been kind of tough to watch, but it just... Unfortunately, it comes with the territory. You're just going to have stressed out dwarves. Hey, I just got $50 in free groceries. Cool. Or rather, I just got $50 in free groceries in the format of a gift card. Because I buy a lot of groceries from the same store, and they just sent me an email saying, hey, you get free groceries for shopping here so much. Thanks for the money, nerd. Did the elves bring anything interesting? I would have said so if they did, so long story short, no, they didn't. If they brought something interesting, I would have been yelling at Chad, but no, they didn't. No, I just bought a cape from them. Nothing fancy, just because dwarves can't make capes. We are selling to the humans now. Getting rid of all of those bone crafts. I mean, the rate at which people actually bring interesting things is very infrequent, but that's okay. They don't need to bring anything interesting. As long as they just bring what I need, we're good. You've been cursed by a witch. Bought a couple of books last month. Does he probably have enough to read until fall? Why the sudden influx of books? Belug? If I suddenly found myself with 19 books, I wouldn't know what to do because I wouldn't have, like, anywhere to put them. I mean, I bought Tarn Adams' book because that's a tax deduction, right? But, like, there's some other books I want to get, but those books I'm just going to get them through the library. You know, like, as you do. The other humans have arrived to trade, which is good. Wait, hold on. Passer Ola's arrived, okay. Yeah, okay, that's interesting. We haven't had the, Hode. The royal treasure hasn't arrived. Interesting. But why have you been cursed by a witch to buy books? Why does that make you think you've been cursed? Isn't that technically like sort of a blessing? So you read for 3 hours every day? I don't do that. Maybe 3 hours on my weekend. Can't stop buying books. I can't stop! What's the thing that I was thinking of? There was definitely a thing I was going to reference. I just totally forgot. Anyway. You read about 7 hours? I hope you're listening to your records while you're reading. Also, I don't know if I've sent you this, Belug, but I picked up this record. You'd like that one. You plan to read every day a lot. Oh boy. being productive. Need to read your daily 20 pages? Well, maybe you should go read your daily 20 pages. What you reading, Johnny? Yeah, after we're done trading with these humans, I'm gonna lock the dwarves back in their, back in the tavern because we need kids. Because we need kids. A little bit. Well, I mean, good for you. I'm just gonna take advantage of the public library this year. That's my goal for 2021. But I need to actually get brave enough to go there, and I need them to mail me my library card, which they've mailed. I need it to arrive. Technically, I could go in because I just have my library card number, but I don't know. Buying books is too expensive. Also, I have nowhere to store them, so. Unless it's something specific that I really want to own, I'm not going to buy most books. I kind of hate owning books, actually. They're way too big, too heavy. It's like records are big enough and heavy enough. I had to move all of my ex's books twice. Never want to do that again. Attending a meeting. Why, though? You're not even depressed. It's perplexing. Yeah, no, it's fair. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why it's a shame that COVID happened. I mean, before COVID happened, my local used bookstore shut down, and they had a borrowing program. Wasn't technically a library, but it was you put down a deposit, and you can borrow a book. And if you don't bring it back in X amount of days, then, well, then you have to buy it, right? Okay, so this dwarf wasn't depressed. Now you're depressed. It's not good. I mean, I don't know if it's a word in English. It reads like a word. I think I can figure out what it means by reading it. Why, is spell check telling you it's not a word or something? That always throws me off. We're like, this is a word. I type it in, and then I get that little red line underneath it. I'm like, ah, fuck, did I just misspell, or is that not a word? And then I look at it, and it's like, that's definitely not a word. Oops. You know what I mean? It's like, is that a word? I hope that's a word. Yeah, we didn't get the, so perhaps Hode has passed away. Secondhand bookstore? Antiquarian. Antiquarian? I mean, it might be an English word. If it's a word, it's not definitely not used. I mean, here it would just be like used bookstore, is what they'd be commonly called, or like an antique shop. But it sounds like a word. I mean, like I said, I've definitely heard it. I've just never heard it used in that context, I guess. But it sounds like one of those fancy pants words that smart peoples would use. So not something I would use. I don't know. I miss the. Well, it looks like people like Before We Leave. It's getting good reviews. So since Before We Leave is getting good reviews, we'll play some of that tonight. That'll be our evening game. Nothing particularly interesting. They did bring lots of blood barrels, though. For whatever reason, this weird desire to chat. Prepared mosquito brain. Delicious. We'll have to buy some of that. Could never pass up some prepared mosquito brain. That's such a delicacy. Such small serving sizes. Imagine how many mosquitoes you'd need to kill to get, like, a serving of mosquito brain. At least 3. I mean, fair enough. As I said, it's like antique is a word I see used frequently. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, you could write that, Johnny, and I would read it and go, I don't know if this is an English word or not, but it makes sense in that context. Or even if it isn't an English word, it still makes sense in the context that you're referring. It's like, I understand what you're trying to say, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. The humans have gone off on their journey. The trick is to get giant mosquitoes. I mean, we have those. I'm from Canada, Ripterus. The explorers famously died in the forests because they got eaten alive by mosquitoes. Cannon fodder's been found dead. R.I.P. cannon fodder. You were a good dwarf. I think Katsu's next. It's been a while since we've lost dwarves to stress. Also, before you ask, we have plenty of coffins. How you doing today, Eripterus? I hope things are well. Also, could I get an F or 2 in chat for cannon fodder? Who was a good merchant. Unfortunately, didn't bring his wife. Probably why he ended up dying, you know? We do need Costlord and Socks to make babies, though. F or 2? Yeah. If you say that fast enough, it sounds like you're saying effort. Like effort. Going to sleep soon? I get you. I get you. I don't know about you, but I'm excited to see Mazza spin at at fucking Monaco. There's an F1 person in the chat. I have to talk about an F1 thing for a second. Oh yeah, did you guys hear that Discord is changing their logo? Ever so slightly? Because apparently the old one wasn't symmetrical. Not that I ever noticed. Yeah, next weekend is Monaco. Or is it next weekend? I think it's the weekend after next. Yeah, because we just had a race. So yeah, it'll be the 21st, 22nd. It's Monaco. I don't think he's gonna make it more than a lap. He'll block the whole track because of a red flag. Just shut the race down and they'll pick it up the next day. Man. He'll get lapped and block the leader and make somebody crash. It'll be fun. Hopefully nobody dies. But effort is blasphemy, Thumps? I don't know about that. All right. All the mandates are filled. Celebrate, please. Actually, no. Hold on. Before we can celebrate, we need to deal with that corpse. Celebrate good times. Come on. Bum, 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 bum. Is dangerously close to Comic Sans? Is it? I mean, not really, but okay. The thing is, like, Comic Sans is actually a font that gets a bad rap. It's an important font because it's safe for dyslexic people. If you're dyslexic, you can see Comic Sans easily. Shoutouts to Cost Lord for putting away the corpse of cannon fodder. I don't know what that is, so I shall Google it. Bombs. That's a pretty good font. I don't mind that at all, actually. That's not a bad font. Here's a link if anybody wants to see it. I mean, like, I too I refuse to go into any store that calls themselves a fashion or design store that uses Comic Sans as their title font, and there's a few of them around here. Like, there's a few, like, clothing and fashion stores. Like, there's a unisex fashion store pretty close to me that's, like, part of a smaller chain that has Comic Sans as their title font at, like, in their location, which is... yeah, embarrassing. But outside of that, like, it's kind of actually an important font if you're dyslexic. So I don't know. It's a shitty font, but I think Comic Sans gets unfairly beaten because it does have its purpose. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. I just had celebration stuck in my head. Celebrate good times, come on. That's a record I need to own at some point. Need to get me that. So, chat, I'm curious on your opinions. Mass Effect remasters, are they going to be any good? Or is EA Games going to fuck it up? Serious question. Will they be any good? Or will EA Games just fuck it up? Because right now it's the #1 selling game on Steam. I've heard a lot of really weird rumors coming out of EA from a few people and sources and people that I know who work in proximity to that company. I'm really curious. Are they going to fuck it up, or do you guys think it'll be any good? Where do you guys sit on that subject? It'll be just like the old games? I mean... no, like, I'm willing to bet it's just going to, like, it's going to be kind of a Horizon Zero Dawn on PC situation, you know, like, runs like ass on sandpaper. Like, I don't know if you've ever tried to ass shuffle on sandpaper, but, like, it's not pleasant. Not that I have, but I can imagine what it would feel like, and I imagine it wouldn't feel pleasant. EA equal fucked up. I mean, this is true, yeah. What does EA do? EA fucks upwards. I don't know. I played Mass Effect 2 3 or 4 years after it came out and thought it was okay. I don't know how well those games have aged, especially that first one. Yeah, that I don't know. For me, that game is just such a big question mark. I guess there's part of me that wants to see like EA games kind of redeem themselves because like everybody remembers when Resident Evil 6 came out, right? And everybody's like, well, rip this fucking franchise, dusting this one off, and now everybody loves the Resident Evil Village and the remasters and all the other stuff that they've been doing over there with that franchise. And it's nice to see people who like a thing get the thing that they like in a format that they like. It's nice to see that. I don't ever want people to get a thing that they hate. And it's just like people who love Warhammer now have like Total War Warhammer, which is very good. And they have the ability to play that and enjoy that. And it really sucks that like, maybe like, maybe they don't get access to that stuff as often. It's like, well, it's like I think everybody should be able to play the game that they enjoy or the games that they enjoy, That's something that I think is kind of important. People should be allowed to play the games that they enjoy and the games that they want to play. All right, let's just turn this stuff off. Let's let the dwarves go do what they got to do. They got dwarves that need to attend meetings and whatnot. And we might need to press Fs again soon because little M. Katsu is about to die. So something I'm going to do, we're going to go request some more merchants. Because we need children. Now. Couple single ones. Couple pairs. Good luck, Peter. Please bring us back some more dwarves. Specifically dwarves that'll make us babies. I mean, that's what they do. Oh, is that an artifact toy? Where are you going? Yeah, it is an artifact toy. An artifact toy boat. Vetem Neglak. It's a good toy. I like that there's 2 children playing with it. I didn't realize 2 kids could play together with a toy. Did you guys realize that 2 kids could play together with a toy? Because they're both playing with it. So actually, no, it's a diorite puzzle box. I wonder if they're working together to solve it. That's really neat, actually. Two siblings are playing with a toy together on a table. Putting all of that wood away, and there goes little M. Katsu. Well, we no longer have any depressed dwarves. Last thing little M. Katsu did was create a nice long line of vomit. Rest in peace, you poor dwarf. You will be missed. Are they siblings? Yes, they are siblings. And yes, they're playing with a toy together. And yes, it's you and your sister. All of the children in this fortress currently are siblings. Yes, you are still alive, Belag. Belag the second is doing quite well. little bit uneasy after seeing Katsu's dead body, but comes with life. You did just clean her vomit up. You know, for stream number 100, it's been very sad. I don't know. You know how old you are. I don't know how old you are. Your dwarf, though, is 76. Fallout year. Bad Fallout year, specifically. And Vim is putting the body in the tomb. That poor dwarf. And I've sent Peter out to hopefully bring back more merchants. Keyword here is hopefully. Your mother actually had 13 kids over the span of her life, 6 of which are still alive. And yes. Specifically had Quivenair and died of old age while Quivenair was still an infant. Now the only depressed dwarf is this one. We've dealt with in the past. I'm pretty sure I explained this to you yesterday, Ditaru Do It. Astro the second was your mother, and your dwarf's mom died of old age shortly after having your younger sister, who is Quivenair. Pretty sure I explained this to you yesterday, and I'm pretty sure you said okay. But maybe I didn't. I don't know. Maybe I'm imagining things. I'd swear that's how it happened. Like I said, could be wrong, though. You just thought it was more dramatic? I mean, you've been watching Longdeath for a little bit now, right? This is a soap opera. We don't really have dramatic or exciting deaths. When people die, they just kind of die. I really hate the way that mechanic works. Most dwarves in this fortress die of old age or stress. Generally old age. Usually old age. Ideally old age. Dying of stress is always very shitty when that happens. I guess I'm just shocked that people think that deaths would be more dramatic. I mean, I explained how and why that dwarf died. I stated multiple times that they died of old age, so I don't know why you got it in your head that they would have something more dramatic. You're 229, so 224 years into the fortress. 224. We're in late summer. Once we hit springtime, it'll be 225 years into the fortress. I mean, here's the thing, right? You're a child dwarf. Dwarves don't really care so much when their parents die. Dwarves have a very positive relationship with death, I think. because they don't seem to mind all that much when their parents die. They do, however, mind when their parents die and they aren't buried. That will fuck up a dwarf. But a dwarf's parent dying, dwarves understand it's life and death, works in a cycle like that. It's a big playlist now, isn't it? What you see is super impressive. It's funny because like I don't see it as impressive in the slightest. It's like because I know exactly how I've done all of this, so I don't know. I guess I've always kind of gotten imposter syndrome and stuff. So when people are just like, "Hey, this is impressive," I'm like, "Nah, not really." I just know what I'm doing. It's all good. But thank you. You probably would not remember anyways. Well, I don't know. Dwarves have pretty picture-perfect memory for things they really want to remember. I had a dwarf grow up in this fortress pretty early on who, like 30 plus years after their mother had died, still had reoccurring memories of felt fond remembering speaking with mother. So, like, this dwarf was still remembering their mother 20-something years after they passed away. So, and that dwarf wasn't much older. But thank you for watching the YouTube playlist. I need to go through that YouTube playlist at some point and like fix all the ads because YouTube inserts way too many goddamn ads in some of those, which is goofy, but there's only so much I can actually do about that. Okay, running out of those. It can be. It's also kind of sad. Like, it's cute, but it's also kind of sad. It's just like the dwarf that died yesterday, and then I had a dwarf engrave an image of them on the wall, and the dwarf that did was that dwarf's, I guess now widowed significant other, and the dwarf drew an image of the two of them holding hands and getting married. It's like, oh, you bastards are giving me a fucking big old tear. That rectangle below the horizontal passageway, this? It's a waterfall going through the old tavern, which now is my barracks. Why are these pixels invoking my emotions, right? I mean, it's true fact, chat. Dwarves are powered by electricity. So why are these electrons that are powering pixels invoking my emotions that I forgot that I had and do my best to forget that I have at all times? Emotions make me weak. Meh. Something like that. I don't know. It's not bad ad-wise, is it? I know I've had some complaints like, oh, I just got 16 ads in a row in a few of them, so I need to like go through and fix it. Basically, what I'm trying to say is if the ads do get annoying, just ad block them. Like, I won't fault you. I won't fault you. But thanks for watching the archives. It's cool that people do that. There's a few hundred people that I think are keeping up with it quietly that never say hello, so it's nice when people stop by on Twitch and are just like, hey, we're watching the VODs. Because, like, I've also had a few people state that they're like, yeah, I basically just watch your VODs on YouTube now. I don't watch your streams anymore. And while on one hand, that's awesome, it's also really nice when people stop by and say hello from time to time, because it's kind of like people disappear into the lurker void that is YouTube. It's like with Twitch, like I know who's lurking, right? Like I see a list of people that are watching my stream. If you're lurking, I see you. But like on YouTube, it's just like if people are lurking, they're just lurking, and I don't know. The humans have arrived with their annual tributes, which I need to screenshot for Stone. Where's Peter? Did Peter come back? He did. LTVJ, thank you very much for the Prime sub. That's actually the first resub of today, or the first subscription of today. Got some tips earlier, but thank you very much for that Prime sub. Enjoy the stupid skulls and the beer emotes and stuff. Unfortunately, that doesn't carry over to YouTube, but thank you. But thank you very much. Cheers.
Woohoo!
Woohoo indeed. So you're supposed to go and there you go. Make request to channel dens. Do that. Uh, 229 early autumn. 229. Year 224. I mean, my minimum goal for satisfaction on this fortress is year 500, or past year 500, because that's where Arch Crystal finished. A toast, yes. A toast, or cheers, depending on how fancy you feel like being. The Council of Man. Just got to screenshot these for stone. That's not too bad. They brought us a delicious, delicious alpaca. But yes, it's called a toast. The Eternal Hammer have returned. Looks like they brought some merchants. Some newly arrived merchants. Three from looks of things. Looks like one of my dwarves killed an owl or found the corpse of an owl. Why are people bringing me tributes? Because I demanded that they bring me tributes. It's a thing you can do when raiding. It's one of the options. I love how none of them brought their husbands. All right, well, let's go request some more. Because they can just say, nah, don't feel like coming. There you go, Peter. Go do another one. Go make another request of channel dens. We're trying to bring in a whole bunch of migrant workers in the form of merchants. So that we can hopefully, I do mean hopefully, come out the other end with some sort of children. Ideally from separate families. So you, we'll just give you basic hauling. Athel, we'll give you basic hauling. Unib, we'll give you basic hauling. I think, I want to say that they arrive with clothes on. Wait, hold on a second. Are you naked? I feel like they are. Pretty sure they're naked. You know you're allowed to get clothing, right? Just saying. 145, you're nice and young still. Yeah, well, you're closed and only Huh. I've never seen that before. Feels pleasure after viewing year 126 silver coins on display. Let's make some gold coins. Heads up, chat investments are open. I hope you had a good lunch, stupid, by the way. Because I seem to recall you saying you were going to go get some food. Best of luck with your investments, friends. You know, if I had $1 for every single deck builder that released on Steam, I'd probably have like $2,000 at this point. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. All right, well, we need to make some clothes, so... I made shirts twice. Tunic. Trousers. Cloth. Gloves. Cloth. Mitten. So yeah, we do now have unnamed workers in the fort if anybody would like one. In theory, we could get you in here. But be warned, they won't live very long. So you might want to wait until they make babies, who are actual members of the fort, and have a better life expectancy. Another tribute is being unloaded. Cool. We've got a few that brought wives and whatnot. As the most expendable one? Top of the list, then. 142, you know what? I'm going to give you one that brought a significant other. Cool. Nobody important. He is married to Aban. He is 145 years old, born on the 14th of Opal in the year 84. He is incredibly skinny and his sideburns are clean shaven. His mustache is neatly combed and his very long beard is arranged in double braids. His very long hair is neatly combed and he has short broad ears that are flattened. His nose is short and his sandy taupe skin is wrinkled. His ears have small lobes and his hair is white with some gray and cobalt. He personally sees working hard as a foolish waste of time, disregards tradition, and doesn't particularly value craftsdwarfship. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Is generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions, and he has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others. Rarely feels discouraged and is slow to anger. Yes, a very appropriate name, Alien Slayer. And he is slow to anger. He tends to be passive in discussions and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. And of course, nobody important likes mudstone, trifle pewter, white jade, cacao, wood, and elk antler, common sapping, turtle shell, and alpaca wool. In here, I will give you other jobs: hauling, mechanics engineering, and you know what? We'll also give you siege engineering. In crafts, I will give you leatherworking, woodworking, bone crafting, weaving, and clothes making. And let's also give you mining. There you go, nobody important. Welcome to the fort. Anybody else want a dwarf that'll probably die pretty quickly after I screenshot this? This goes to anybody. Anybody would like a dwarf, unless you'd prefer to wait for a child, which will have a longer life expectancy and more importance in the fortress going forward. Put you in, coach. You had a dwarf once before, right, H2O? So I will give you H2O2. She is married to nobody important, and she is a worshiper of the fuchsia. Congratulations, you two are married. Did you? I swear that you did. Maybe I'm wrong. If you didn't, I'll take your word for it. How long for the beautiful spectacle of war? Man, you sound like my chat. She personally thinks that the world should be engaged in perpetual warfare and sees merrymaking as a waste. Welp. She hates vows, obligations, promises, and other binding elements that could restrict her life, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. And she forms only fleeting emotional bonds with others, and she actively avoids exciting or stressful situations. Hold on a second. You want the world to be enveloped in war, but you hate stressful situations. Okay. She does not respond to emotional appeals, and she tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, and she can sometimes act without deliberation. She occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand, and she tends to prefer that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. What? I mean, we're not going to raid anybody because I don't want to go to war, so I don't care what she thinks. She's going to hang out and make babies for me, please. Well, she thinks other people should be engaged in perpetual warfare. Maybe she doesn't personally want to be engaged in perpetual warfare. So who knows? I sure don't. Also, can I shout out the fact that I love the fact that all merchants arrive completely butt-ass naked? I think that's really funny. They arrive naked. It's like, well, you're useful. Yeah, no, exactly. She just works in like the bullet making factory. This dwarf arrives and immediately grabs some soap and is cleaning himself. You know, it's been a while since we've had a cooler in here. Cooler 2. Felt pleasure near a fine hatch, and pleasure near a fine floor hatch, and pleasure near a fine floor hatch. 130 years old, born on the 25th of Granite in the year 99. You did bring your husband here, and his name is Cole. She is 130 years old, and she is married. She personally values self-control, values romance, and finds friendship burdensome, and believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. I was just like, why you do this? She feels strong need to pay back any favor done for her and has little time for forgiveness, will generally seek retribution for acts, and she generally acts impartially. She's rarely moved to mercy, and she will sometimes act without deliberation. She's quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and she doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She often feels lustful. Yay! And she tends to consider the thoughts, what others think of her. And she is quite polite, and she is pleased by her own appearance and talents. She finds helping others emotionally rewarding, and she prefers to present herself modestly. She is stubborn, and she has an active imagination, needs alcohol to get through the working day. Welcome, Cooler. You'll be a good dwarf for the fort. Trust me. Anybody else want a dwarf? Or want a dwarf forced upon them? A Wolverine is fighting with one of my unicorns and probably losing. You didn't ask for it? Well, you got it. Critty is married to Cooler II. His cobalt eyes have very large irises. His sideburns are clean-shaven, and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His medium-length beard is arranged in double braids, and his short hair is neatly combed. He has a low voice, and his nose is narrow. He has an angular chin, and his eyelashes are quite long. His nose bridge is somewhat concave, and his ears are somewhat short. His hair is gray, mixed with a crew, and his skin is sandy taupe. Yeah, I'm just marrying my chat constantly. He personally is put off by family and finds leisure time wasteful. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Always presents himself as extravagantly as possible, displaying a magnificent image to the world. Oh, no. And he dislikes helping others. Generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. Generally doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and he tends to avoid crowds. For those of you who don't know, Cooler drew all of your favorite dwarf emotes and the most used beer emote, as well as most of the art on my channel. So if you want art, throw money at Cooler, and you may receive art in return if you ask nicely and give him instructions on what to doodle. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He lives a fast-paced life and can handle stress. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and it tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He has a greedy streak, and he often gives his knuckles a good crack when he's thinking hard. His hands jump all over the place when he's excited, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. So you're an extravagant motherfucker who likes to do jazz hands when he gets excited. Also, you're only 111 years old, meaning you got lots of time left, which is good stuff. Also, Critty, we need to give you jobs. You like bronze, harlequin, opal, honey badger leather, and giant desert tortoise shell, large gems, etc. Okay. We will give you all of the metalsmithing, bone crafting, clothes making, leather working, and all that. The biggest facts. Fortunately, though, we are making these dwarves lots of clothing. Where are you guys going? And the dwarves have arrived to trade. And no liaison! Still no liaison. How curious. I'll screenshot this for prosperity. Meaning Ficod probably finally died. Ficod was tantruming in the fortress. The outpost liaison kept showing up and then tantruming, which was not pleasant. Not pleasant at all. But chat room, thanks for hanging out for this session of Dwarven speed dating. Hope you've enjoyed it so far. Dwarven speed dating is, you know, not very accurate to real life. Fortunately, I guess, I would say. Dingo leather hood. Look at that. Making all those leather hoods. I probably should make more clothing out of leather because I actually have quite a large stockpile of leather. Very disappointed with Volcano Stream today. The camera needs to be cleaned. That being said, we are getting some good volcano splashes. Look at that. Ooh. It's having a little disco party over there right now. If anybody wants the Volcano Stream, this is happening in Iceland. That's the link that I'm watching. I've basically just had it up in the background for days now. Someone commented an hour ago on the VOD that I put up today of DF, saying, "Is there a is there a fortress inside of that volcano stream?" And unfortunately, no. Because imagine if there was a fortress in there. Currently have it up in the background. It's such good entertainment, like seriously. Looks like the humans brought me some large clothing, which I can sell away. Get rid of all those gems because I'm not encrusting them on anything. Hey, Nix. How's stuff? How's life been? Sure makes sieges easier. I mean, I don't have to deal with sieges in this fort, but... Pardon me, chat. I have to respond to a few YouTube comments. For the whole summer. Damn, that's a long period of time. Why the trip back? Just to spend time with other half of family? Or... Dwarves are back to pondering the voice. Yeah, it makes sense. Gotta do what you gotta do, right? Gotta do what you gotta do. There's part of me that's like, hopefully the borders open up soon so you can do that. But also, I hope the borders don't open up. Not because I don't want people from the States coming up, because more people in the States are vaccinated than up here, but I don't want people coming back from India more than they already are. Because apparently visiting sick grandma in India is a essential travel, according to Canada. Eye roll. That in Japan, fucking... The amount of people going to and from in Japan right now is actually kind of ridiculous. There's some local drama that's been going on with that. People going out to Japan where there's like no restrictions, getting sick and then coming back sick. It's like, oh, come on. Just fucking stop. Just fucking stop. Although, ironically, you could probably get a vaccine faster in the States than you would be up here, so... There's probably a benefit for you there. Because they're taking walk-ins in large parts of the States now. So you can just go down there and get yourself a vaccine. Gimp's getting his vaccine today? That's good. Over here in BC, it's like we're still a ways off. Supposedly Quebec's like getting close to done, according to... Oh, the Japanity. Oh, the Japanity! God damn it, Japanity. You and your Japan-only Olympics. What's that red? Please tell me it's not blood. It's blue bilberry wine. Welp, somebody spilled some wine. Is Gimp going with you, or are you going by yourself? Bilberry wine, not blueberry wine. We have large stocks of... Actually, what are we drinking these days in this fort? I went the wrong way. Gonna wait for the game to try and crash for a second. The blocks menu is a bad... Gimp is staying? Gotcha. Well, we've got 2,000-something drinks. Just gotta wait for the... game to finish thinking about it. Drinks. We are drinking barley wine, rye beer, finger mullet beer, foxtail mullet beer, or millet beer, beetroot wine, cranberry wine, bilberry wine, blueberry wine, blackberry wine, raspberry wine, dwarven ale, dwarven beer, dwarven rum, prickleberry wine, sewer brew, gross, fisherberry wine, river spirits, gross, apricot wine, plum wine, dwarven wine, and strawberry wine. Just can't keep that job at Windows, eh? You got to go for doors. So unfortunate. I have to make that joke every time you mention that. I really hope he gets chosen. Yeah, me too. Hopefully he gets work. Having work is good. You've been listening to Frostpunk Retreat on repeat? I mean, I used to listen to a lot of video game soundtracks, but some of them started getting claimed on YouTube. So when I'm streaming Dwarf Fortress, I generally just use the noise machine to make bird sounds. But as for what soundtracks am I digging? I mean, I listened to the Thomas Was Alone soundtrack on vinyl this morning at the start of the stream. I mean, like, I have a lot of music on vinyl that I listen to during the first... Like, because none of this stuff ever makes it over to YouTube, but the first hour and a half of my streams is, like, just me playing records and shit. So, like, I have a lot of soundtracks on vinyl that I don't really listen to outside of the intros of my streams, but... I mean, video game soundtracks wise, I mean, Space Plan's probably one of my favorites right now. Space Plan, BattleTech is really fucking good. Played a little bit of played a very little bit of Golden Krone Hotel, and that soundtrack is a fucking bop. So there's that. M on the mech needs to be lowercase. Because meat is cheap. Meat is oh so cheap. That Brigador soundtrack's incredible, but that vinyl's been sold out for a very, 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 very long time. And one day maybe they'll do a repressing. I want them to do like a repressing double vinyl set of just both of them. Like just give me all of that soundtrack in one pressing so I can just buy the whole thing all at once. I'd really like that. BattleTech and Brigador, 2 different games, yes. BattleTech and Brigador are 2 different games. I've also been listening to this off stream quite a bit, which is Wave Hymnal by Makeup and Vanity Set, who actually did the big Brigador soundtrack, which is really fucking good. It's all good. It's good enough. Both have big robots. It's all fair. It's all fine and dandy. Hi, Gimper. Thanks for gifting a sub to Nyx. Cheers. An artifact, a cassette. It's funny that you call that an artifact because, like, I have records that are older than you. Unless you're, like, quietly in your 50s. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Gimp for gifting a sub? Cheers, Gimp. It's good to see you. Hope you've been well. Your fave emote is back? Well, technically, actually, it didn't go anywhere because Blind Wave is free. You can just add that to any channel. Someone give Gimper ad-free viewing for gifting a sub. Do it. Do it, chat. These days than AAA projects? I think smaller games need to do more with less, and I think people really, really like the aesthetic of games that do more with less, you know? People really like things that do a lot with a little, and a lot of indie games have soundtracks that do a lot with a little. I mean, a soundtrack that I actually just purchased on vinyl, which is the soundtrack for Machinarium, is actually very, very good. Like, very, very good. And that's a game that's been around for a very long time and has sold very well, but again, does a lot with a little, you know? Getting all of these dwarves closed. I'm just hoping that some of these dwarves are getting clothed. At least we got a couple married couples out of that. Last set of dwarves that we brought in. All right, so they're leaving now, yeah? Yeah, they've continued on their journey. So we just need them to finish up all of this clothing, and then they can go back upstairs. You know, I can't keep track. You know, can we just, like, agree as a society to stop naming generations? It's so fucking stupid. It's just like, God, just stop. Just stop. Just stop. I can't be the only person who feels that way. People are people. Just let people be people. You're not jammed into a stereotype for being born in a certain year. Oh, you definitely are, Taylor. You need more detail to your insults than like 12? Literally, like I said, do we really need to give people more ammunition than they already have to insult people? Because that's all it is. I was born during the Harry Potter generation and read it because of social pressure and never really liked it. That was my experience with Harry Potter. Yeah, also based off of your revelation, LaFonda, you do not want to let your dwarves drink water ever. They use water to shower. They don't use water to drink. So if they're drinking water, you need to give them booze. Give your dwarves booze. You've never seen the first movie or book at all? You want to see a bunch of children learning magic tricks? Because that's that first movie. Yeah, if they are drinking water, that's the mistake. You don't want them to be drinking water. Dwarves don't drink water. They will drink water in case of emergencies if they're about to die, but like, I mean, that's like making a person drink urine to stop themselves from dying. You don't want to do that. Like, you can, but you really, really, really shouldn't. And seriously thought you would go to Hogwarts? I think a lot of kids in that generation really thought that they would go to Hogwarts. Is it one that you want? Yes. Nope. Well, if they are dying, dwarves will bring them water. But that's because they're dying, right? So if they're dying and they desperately need water, dwarves will bring water to them. Dwarves will also bring water to them to clean them. So if you have a dwarf in the hospital and they're dying in the hospital due to wounds, I deactivated an animal. Apologies, but I have to. But if you bring them water, or if they're in the hospital and they're dying of like cuts and stuff, they need water to clean the wounds. That's usually why they die in the hospital, due to water. Stu to rewatch the full Harry Potter and said it's fair after 4 series of Star Trek. No, because Star Trek actually is well written, but like, you know, if it's what you got to do to keep the girlfriend around, do what you got to do. You know, I made many sacrifices and watched many absolutely trash movies for my ex. So, like, you know, all of fucking Marvel and all of fucking Harry Potter multiple times and all of fucking many animes that I didn't enjoy and didn't want to watch. But, you know, you do what you got to do. Make sacrifices. So that's what relationships are. Unless it's not worth the sacrifices, in which case, throw them in the river! I mean... with consent, of course. We're at least, yeah, exactly. Only if they're worth it. Precisely. Right, animal, yeah. I mean, I might make it... I might wait a couple of weeks and then make it public for everybody in the that are subbed animal, or that are subbed on Patreon or Tier 2. Make it one of the sound commands because people use it thinking that it's the main one. Because it is so generic. Relationships are an excuse to contort your own personality so that it fits with somebody else's. Until you realize that you were a husk of what you once were. And that it was never worth it. You recorded a new soundbite for it to be replaced. Well, one day, I guess. I also agree you have many Marvel movies and TV shows for a partner. You couldn't care less about Marvel stuff. Marvel stuff is, it's, man. People talk shit about Star Wars, but have you ever watched Marvel? It's the most frustrating garbage ever. I mean, when you say that, Gimper, I imagine just like husking corn when you just like pull corn out of the thing. It's like cutting covers off of corn. It's like that could probably be a euphemism if you think about it hard enough. All right, chat. I gave you an order to give Gimper a sub and nobody did it, so fuck it. Y'all are slow. Missed an opportunity. Late. Add that to the receipt list for next year's tax deductions. Done. Go. I mean, I'm addicted to stupid things too. Animal. Look, don't worry about it. Like, it's totally fair to really like Marvel. I like dumb shit too. There's reasons why, like, I watch every single Alien movie. I never said any of those movies are good. Alien Covenant was hardly watchable. I still watched it. And you know, like, you know that I'm a tortured human being when I unironically state that, you know, Prometheus was okay. You're back? Well, I'm blind. How are you? Everybody at Animal right now. It's the law. You have to at Animal. There you go. See, chat understands. Cut the dad jokes? With what, scissors? I mean, man, I really, if I had scissors and like a pencil and a piece of paper within like hand grabbing reach, I would write dad jokes on a piece of paper and cut it in half. But I don't, so instead I can just verbally describe what I would do if I had those tools close by, but unfortunately I don't, so I don't have a chance to do that, unfortunately. I mean, Shrek 1 is the only, like, genuinely good one. Cars 1 is the only good Cars film. Every other Cars film is terrible. Your water mills didn't work out in the end? That's unfortunate. You really want a ballast arrow. Oh. I bet you we're out of wood. Looks like all of my new dwarfs have clothing now, so that's good. Everybody's adding Animal on Discord now. Where did you put this picture on Discord? I don't see it. I'm not sure where you put this picture, so I may have already actually seen it. DF talk? Oh. I'm not entirely certain what I'm looking at. Aside from, oh, I see. There's water where it's not supposed to be. Did you not know that water flows diagonally? Was that what happened there? Rather long meeting. No, that's fine. What else? What did I need to do? Boots. I feel like I already have some queued up, but water, just the water did not flow with active mills. When you say mills, do you mean mills or water wheels? Did you build the water wheels one Z level up from the water or on the same Z level as the water? Because if it's on the same Z level as the water, it's not going to work. If they're one Z level up, it'll work. And it has to be actively moving in order for it to work. There's a pretty good like visual guide on the wiki on how to set those up. So like, I mean, all of my pumps are powered by this stuff, but like if I were to want to do a water wheel here, I wouldn't put it on this Z level, I'd put it on this Z level. Well, fortunately, draining water isn't too difficult, so you should be able to drain the whole thing out and rebuild it. How did I run out of wood? By the outpost liaison's dying. That's how. Or the outpost liaison hasn't shown up in 2 years, so I haven't been able to purchase wood because I haven't been bringing any for the past 2 years. And also I was making a lot of charcoal because I ran out of charcoal. And so I was using up wood. So I was using more than I normally was, plus combine that with the outpost liaison not being around and me not being able to make requests. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem with all DF guides, right? Don't worry. If it's any, if it makes you feel better, I made the same screw up my first time. I made the same screw up my first time. Basically, we really need those boots. So once them boots are done, once all that wood's been hacked down, we can go hang out in the tavern again into late autumn. It's been almost a year. Hot damn. Time's flown by today. I mean, you deal with the water the way that you see is best to deal with the water. If you think atom smashing it would be a good solution, atom smash it. I'm not sure how to verbally answer that question without a visual example in front of me to show you, Aqua, but yes, you're right, I think. If you're describing what I think you're describing, you should, in theory, be correct. Sorry when I can't give you exact answers, but it's the best I can do. I mean, you're probably right. I don't know. I usually just build them myself. I'll make a underwater area. What am I building? A very large glass tube. Will eventually have stuff in it in maybe 400 or 500 years. Very large tube. Very large glass tube. What's the library look like? A place with shelves where you put books. Game's saving, so I can't show you. It's up next to the tavern, on the left side. It'll have stuff in it maybe in 400 to 500 years. It's true. Now I need a quote from 2023, which is like, it has stuff in it with no context, and it's like, oh geez, remember. There you go, it's quoted. Only oh geez, remember when Blind did this. Too bad Blind doesn't remember when Blind did this. And I'll be sure to say it has stuff in it whenever I actually put stuff in it. Wait, actually? You're compiling a spreadsheet with my quotes. Oh boy. Any favorites? Will you get back across? Yeah, you did. Look at that. Felt empathy when being yelled at. Tough life.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
I mean, that's not really a quote, though. Because that's very manufactured and cut together. That was actually like a 3-minute rant. That was sped up and hacked down. And then the original cut down version was like 30 seconds. It is. Fonda, it is. Migrant waves? I don't get those. I haven't had a migrant wave in about 200 years. Well, actually, that's not true. In about 150 years. 3 whole minutes for the command. No. Simplex! Finally! Hallelujah! So Simplex and Vinsati have been together and married for a couple of years, and they just had their first ever baby boy. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? Does anybody want to be the brand new baby boy in Z Fort? Round of beer for baby? I mean, we have to beer the baby. Douse that baby in beer. Jack Nick, you've had dwarfs in the fort before. How many have you had? Why did it stop? They stop at 3,000 deaths. It's a game bug. You stop getting migrants after a certain issue. Will dwarves have children if you have a population cap? Yes, if the soft cap allows for it. Because there's 2 caps. There's hard cap and soft cap. Hard cap is when migrant waves stop. Soft cap is when babies stop. Or you can turn on dwarven contraception and they will stop having babies entirely. Ivy? Okay. He is the son of Simplex and Vinsati II. He is a worshipper of Shin Rusted Amber Red Rocks, a casual worshipper of the fuchsia, a faithful worshipper of the fuchsia, and a worshipper of the Shin Rusted Amber, the red. Blah, 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 blah. His medium-length sideburns are braided, and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long beard is arranged in double brairs. His very long short hair is neatly combed. His he has a very recessed chin and his eyebrows are incredibly high. His small-lobed ears are slightly flattened and his hair is a crew. His skin is sandy taupe and his eyes are cobalt and his nose is somewhat short. He personally values cunning and finds blind honesty foolish, values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior, and doesn't see cooperation as value and dreams of creating a great work of art. He isn't particularly curious about the world and often feels envious of others. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding and occasionally overindulges. Sometimes acts with little determination and confidence and tends to be passive in discussions. He has little interest in joking around and he often touches others during conversations. When he's excited, he speaks rapidly. When he's excited, he always takes a deep breath. Whenever he's surprised, whenever he's surprised when greeting others, he takes a deep breath whenever he's surprised when greeting others. He always smiles nervously. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. I feel that. A strange fellow just like the lad who's speaking. All right. Celebrate, dwarfs. Get to the tavern. Meanwhile, 30 dwarves are migrating from the hills, and you didn't notice until an hour later, you think? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Clay is stressed. Gotta get the squad training. All right. There you go. Hang out, dwarves. Baby proper behavior, not adult proper behavior. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, like, some people say that babies shouldn't have descriptions. It's like, what are you talking about? Babies certainly have personalities. It's just really funny when you read finds dignity and proper behavior confining from the point of view of a baby versus finds dignity and proper behavior confining as an adult, right? Dignity and proper behavior being confining means baby takes clothes off and runs around naked and screaming, I pooped my diaper. Whereas an adult is just like, I'm going to eat chips and sit on this couch and be a slob. You know what I mean? In my underwear. And walking around singing Smoking in the Boys' Room. You know, it's like, we know that those are both like personality traits that adults and children can have. It's just very different when a child has it versus an adult. It's like a child wants the world to be in perpetual warfare. It just means they want to go punch their sibling. It doesn't mean that like they actually want to like grab a gun and go fight in Afghanistan or some shit. They don't want to go to Dwarven D-Day and fight against the green hordes or the elves at the far reaches of the world. They just want to, grab a toy hammer and huck it at their friend. It's totally different, you know. I used to believe that war was preferable to peace in general. I was also 7 and had a paintball gun. Well, Nerf gun, not a paintball gun. Speaking of war being preferable, Volcano is very disappointed right now. No big, exciting lava splashy. Man, if I could go to the YouTube dashboard and disable all of YouTube's hints on how to run your channel better, my life would be so much more pleasant. My life would be so much more pleasant. It's like if I could just never read any of YouTube's tips and tricks on how to be slightly better at being a YouTuber, my quality of life would improve dramatically. Also, LaFonda, have you had a kleptomaniac for cats dwarf yet? A dwarf that just all the cats just love perfectly, and then all of the cats adopt that dwarf, and then you have a dwarf with like 40 something pet cats. Have you had one of those dwarves yet? Because those dwarves are always a good time. So I've locked all the dwarves in the tavern. Hopefully they get to know each other very well and make out and make babies. Where the fuck are you? Don't like that this breaks. I have an issue with the AI in this game, which is kind of hard to explain. All right, so now we can go back to celebrating. Because if a dwarf wants to attend a meeting and they're in a locked off zone, sometimes they just get stuck in between zones and their mood just deteriorates until they kill themselves. That's basically how that works. It's like if you have a dwarf who's kind of depressed and they want to attend a meeting and they're stuck in a burrow, they will just sit there trying to attend a meeting until they go insane. Drives me nuts. It's like easily one of the most annoying issues with the game. Even if both locations that they require are within the burrow, they'll probably just like stop and stand stationary without moving, which is very frustrating. It's like, well, I need you to go attend that meeting, but you can't. And then when they get super depressed and they just constantly attend meetings on repeat, it's very frustrating. But it's unfortunately an issue not very many people need to actually deal with. It only really becomes a major issue when you're trying to do stuff like this. You know, like keeping dwarves in the same very close space so that they make babies. Heads up, chat room investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. Does anybody remember when full price releases on Steam were $10 cheaper than they were physically because you didn't need to go to a store to buy a physical disc to like emphasize people buying not physical versions of games? Remember how we took that for granted? It's fucking frustrating, man. I got smoking in the boys' room stuck in my head. It's my life. $396. I like that you have the same numbers of tickets as your hours, just in a different order. It's 396 instead of 963, or 36. Instead of 936, it's 396. It's almost like you did that intentionally. But I don't think you did, because you just invested 420. So. It's like, now I've got another. The same dwarf wants to attend a fucking meeting. It's like, I swear to God. You're gonna be the death of me, you goddamn dwarf. You'll go over 5,000 hours this weekend? How many hours do you have? Yeah, you will. Probably. Not today, but... You didn't think others would notice? I'm not others. I'm a streamer. I see all. Except for what I don't, because I don't see very well. King wants 2 more ballista arrows. Of course I see patterns. I see patterns in everything. That's not true. Not at all. Not at all, animal. Some hell of an investments right there. Aegis and Gimper and Aqua, all with pretty big wins. Nothing absurdly big, but still pretty damn big. I love how Clay is still remembering feeling enjoyment playing with the toy boat and is 89 years old. It's been a very long time since that dwarf was a child. Still remembers playing with a toy boat. That's kind of awesome. I think it's time to replace my manager. Crow's a good manager, but I'm going to give it to my mayor. Must have been an amazing boat. I mean, do you remember playing with toys that you had as a kid and look back on that fondly? It'd be like me remembering playing with my Lego. Which I do. All the time. And I miss it. Sometimes. There's part of me that, like... There's part of me that wants to, go get all my Lego back from my parents because they still have like these massive Rubbermaid containers of Lego. There's part of me that wants to go get that and then just build Lego in my apartment, but then like, I don't know, I would just like fall back into weird delinquency. I should just, actually, you know what I should do? I should go get my Lego from my parent, like after I have more modules for my slowly being built synthesizer setup, I could go get the Lego from my parents' house and build a Eurorack case out of Lego. You remember playing with the Kinects that I still own yesterday. Maybe not yesterday, but that's something I should do. I should build a synthesizer case out of Lego. I mean, I have Lego. I just don't play with it. They're just built kits that sit on my dresser. I have that train that I built for myself back during Christmas. I have the rocket ship that I built a few years ago and then rebuilt when my ex left. I have a few other kits. It's like I just need you guys to get lovers. Or married. One of the two. Ooh! Ghost is a lover. Ghost is in love with Candle Pixie. Would you look at that? Wonder when that happened. That's good. Any new lovers? Well, you're just married. That's our king. So Ghost and Candle Pixie are together. What's in the box? Good question. You know what bothers me about that emote, K Bailey? It doesn't actually bother me, but cat on box. It's clearly a cat in a box, not a cat on a box, right? But unfortunately, Cat's username is Cat on Mars, not Cat in Mars. Cat on Mars is a good streamer, by the way. I don't say that often enough, but dude helps me out a lot with this thing called auto hosts. You want to practice some martial art? All right. Darren, you get to go be a bear fighter captain. Good luck. I am a good streamer. I try. Cats on random things. I mean, I'd probably sell a lot of emotes, not gonna lie. I've never had a pet emote. Although if you want pet emotes, you need to start hype trains. That's how you get cute animal emotes right now. Because they unfortunately did away with all of those amazing, like, hype dodge and hype sneaky and all of those, like, great hype train emotes. Unlike hype blob, that's not a good emote. But like hype hit, like those ones, they did away with all those, and now it's just a bunch of random streamers' pets. Is there a pet emote? I don't know about that. I don't think it's legal to have a pet panda. You know, I got accused of copying Admiral Baru with that emote once. It's like, why are you stealing Baru's thing? I'm like, am I not allowed to have a panda? I don't think he has exclusive rights to panda emotes on Twitch. Why deny yourself your heart's desire? Wow. Deep thoughts, Dwarf. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. That's horrible, Gimper. What a poor tortured creature. I mean, Seagull's fine as long as there's a dwarf pointing a proper gun at it. You still seem to have them? Well, once you have them, you keep them forever, right? Yeah, so new people can't get them, meaning they are now exclusive. I mean, maybe Twitch will bring them back one day, but... See, there you go. That's a gull in its proper habitat. It's a disgusting creature. Very disgusting creature. That's what I said the first time I saw it, K. Bailey. You have a good night, Animal. Sleep well. Everybody at Animal and say good night. Sleep well, dude. Oh no, my dwarves are hungry. It's time to release them from the celebrate room and go to the lesser celebrate room. Actually, you know what? Let's just remove them from this and just let them go do their things. Have some freedom, dwarves. Feel kind of bad because poor Stone is going to have a lot of paperwork to do today when he wake up. I got so many dwarves that have a ton of kindred spirits, but no lovers. No lovers. Dwarves are assembling ballista arrows for the king. You know, I'm just hoping that today we can get more than one baby. That's the main hope, is that we can get more than one baby today. We had one so far, which is already off to a good start. Also, chat, tomorrow is normally my day off, but I will be streaming for 2 hours regardless because tomorrow is Halcyon After Hours. So from noon until 2 p.m. Pacific, we will be playing Gartic Phone, which is a little web game, which is basically charades. Like, let's not dance around. It's basically charades. So maybe tune in for that if you feel so inclined. Tiny Goliath is serving some wine. Do you like a new job more, Tiny Goliath? I think you do. You feel fondness remembering making a friend? Any luck in that love life? Nope. Not at all. Telestrations? It's like it's a combo. I don't know. I mean, Telestrations is mostly the fact that it's virtual and you can play it with only text chat. It's basically just like text chat charades mixed with telephone. But yes. It's actually kind of similar to that game that was installed on every DS, actually. PictoChat, I think was what it was called. But that didn't really have rules in it. Yeah, where you'd like send pictures back and forth and draw on them. It's kind of got some similarities to that too. I don't know, it pulls a lot of things from a lot of places, which is pretty common for games. Good evening, Stone. Good evening. How are you? Voozle Voozle passed away. And I believe that Hode has probably passed away, and Ficod has definitely probably passed away. Like I said, it's a combination of things. And just remember, everybody. Just remember that this is the soundtrack for Pictionary on the NES. Which is why I like to think about Pictionary, because it reminds me of this. It's way too good. It definitely fucking slaps. It's just like, fucking sour, please. Death is all around us. Lil M. Katsu died of depression. Cannon Fodder died of depression. So fortunately, neither of them tantrumed, so that was good. We brought in some more merchants. Some of them are married, so that's lucky. Ghost got married. Vinsati and Simplex had their first child, which is good. Oh, my indeed, yeah. Yeah, no, you had Jack Nurick, big number. This tiny little baby, it's your only son, Vin. Please make more. We need sequels. A handful of silty clay. Yep. Right after a dwarf died. Well, that looks like a good siege, Dark Sora. Oh, also, for those of you who watch F1, just saying. I'm sorry for your loss. Throws clay in the general direction, Dwarf. I mean, yeah. Ponder geometric objects. Neat. Yeah, no, we were quite lucky, actually. The most recent shipments of migrants are all pretty young-ish. And a bunch of them are married, so fingers crossed. We get some good luck out of that. Fingers crossed. But chat, it is 2 p.m. and I've been streaming for 5 hours, or just under 5 hours. I need to go get me some lunch. So I'm going to take a 5-ish minute break. You guys can hang out and watch the dwarves hang out in the tavern when they're hanging. Actually, no, yeah, we can follow somebody. Who are we going to follow? Let's follow Tiny Goliath. You guys can watch Tiny Goliath do Tiny Goliath's thing. I will be back in a couple of minutes. I'm going to go grab myself some lunch. If you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the chat. If you happen to have any the ability to type on a keyboard, type in the word beer. Let's see how many beers we can get and get a big old round of beers in the chat. I will be back in a couple of minutes. BRB. Thank you very much for the tip earlier, Aqua, and you have a good night. Oh, damn. Now I feel bad. Smile, thanks for the raid. If you're still there. Cheers. Welcome, Raiders. I was eating lunch. Sorry about that. This is Longdeath. We're trying to keep this fortress alive for 1,000 years, so not much happens. But spring's arrived. Unicorn fought with a billy goat. I found some toast and a pear. Oh no, a duck died of old age. Well, that's fine. R.I.P. my quacker. I got a duck from the humans a couple of years ago, and I kept it, and it just died. So, R.I.P. that poor duck. Hi, Piranha. Hello. I hope your stream was good, Smurf. Saw you were playing some dwarfs. Hope the dwarfs didn't misbehave too much. Only, an appropriate amount. Stone, I don't know if you're here. Do you want me to screenshot this? Keep them in order? Here, I'll just screenshot. Keep things easy. I know Stony was here earlier, who's been keeping track of all of these. But yeah, this is Longdeath, a fortress that I'm trying to keep alive for 1,000 years, and generally I'm doing an all right job of it. The one really big one. Well. We are running into some problems with population, but every time I start to get really worried, it fixes itself, so I don't know if it's necessarily something I should be too worried about. Yeah. I don't really know what to say, because everything with this fortress is just kind of slow goings, methodical. Speaking of, King doesn't want nothing, which is good. Who just ran into a cage. It's funny because that's an uneventful day for you. For me, an eventful day is I had 2 babies in the morning because it's all about those chill times, right? And an owl attacked, I think. Nope. What? Huh? A dingo got attacked, fought with itself. This dingo just got into a fight with itself. So all I can think is that this dingo fell out of a tree or something. Weird. So the number of tame worms I have are increasing. Same with wrens. I don't know where they are, but they're increasing. Which is interesting. Maybe a bit concerning. Time to slaughter a few things. Check in on Crow. How are you? Yay! Crow stopped being depressed. Hallelujah. Did both of you stop being depressed? Clay also start out being depressed. How to fix a lot of dwarves. Put them in the military. Let them train. 167th, which means you won't be happy again until 267. But no, sometimes uneventful days can be good days. Sometimes you just need a good uneventful day. Just need to chill, relax, and not have much happen. Sometimes those days can be cherished. There's still other tributes to get there. Yeah, well. We'll definitely hit 267. Getting a bone carving competition. Not competition, demonstration. Kind of wish that they would do competitions, actually. It'd be pretty easy, I would think. It wouldn't be too difficult to implement. Or rather, that's something I would love to see. All right, so I'm going to make a big clothing stockpile. I do have this thing, which nobody uses. So you know what? I'm actually just going to get rid of you. Because you're just kind of a generic everything stockpile. No one uses it, so I'm going to get rid of that. And, let's forbid all that. Forbid all that. Forbid all that. You can make glass armor? Huh. Anyway. That's what I would like. So what we're going to do... there we go. We want legwear, handwear, headwear, footwear, and then materials, plant cloth, and leather, which is like 99% of my clothing. And hopefully they go put stuff in there. Oh no, a depressed dwarf. Stone. Stone is down again. It's been a while. Let's just get all the squads training for a bit. I saw one last night. What version of what time zone of today are we talking here? Like if one happened in the last hour, no, but I certainly like if it happened since I started streaming, then no. But I saw one from yesterday. What's making your girl sad? Oh, the normal things. Although, check that shit out. Volcano being purdy again. Yo, look at that. That is badass. Iceland is, should be renamed to Lavaland. Because I lava to watch this. Is your frame of reference for time? I mean, usually if really cool things happen, they highlight it and upload it separately, so I'll see it. The elves have arrived once again to trade. How kind of them. No, those two need to keep training. It's these two that can stop. Guard and bear fighters too. Doesn't look too icy. It was actually snowing in that stream earlier today. It was snowing. So there is that. Let's sell all this cheese, because I got a bunch of cheese that we're not using. Actually, am I... Yeah, I'm trading stuff I shouldn't be. Because these are elves, not dwarves. There we go. That'll do. Ants are starting to come in. Sounds like you should plug the holes where they're entering. Nice thing about ants is they're like a big old dotted line. You just simply follow them to the hole where they came in and plug it. Time to get the raid! Uh-oh, looks like we brought a barrel. I'll be careful. Was one ant. Kill it! Kill it! I'm not generally like a kill bugs kind of person. I'm more the kind of put bug outside kind of person. But when it comes to ants, yeah, fucking kill the bugs. Fucking kill those bastards. You see ants? Set them on fire. Just like the hit tiny build video game, kill it with fire. Also, Cooler, are you lurking right now? Invasion of Anthony's? Yeah, you can't handle the invasion of the Anthony's. Really? They're still unloading? Come on. Come on! I'm wondering if we'll get a new outpost liaison today. There's certainly a possibility of that. I mean, cats are pretty good at spotting things. If there's anything cats are actually good at, it's spotting things. Ants is also an Estonian name. Ants. Imagine being named Ant with the last name Hill. That would be one of those, man, your parents hate you situations. You know what I mean? Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. I like the pondering of geometric objects. It's such a fun one to read. But yeah, no, in regards to the that stream of the volcano, they do like they do more than just the stream. Like they're cutting and uploading separate things relatively frequently. So just check the channel if you want to see any highlights, because they do that quite often. All right, so I'm just gonna sell you these cheese pots. Elves. Did you bring us? And of course that feather egg yolks, because I give those to you anyway. Cougar, echidna, horse, emu, badger. Nothing that I need. All right, we'll trade you for a vest. I know an Anthony, or rather, used to know an Anthony. I haven't spoken to him in years, but if you spelled his name with an E, he would have been very, 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 very upset with you. It's just like I get upset with people when they put G's in my two G's in my name at the end instead of one G. It's G-R-E-G, not G-R-E-G-G. It's like I realize those are both perfectly legitimate spellings of the name, but that's not how you spell my name. My name is Greg, and I'm not affiliated with Greg's, the pasty shop. Britain, I'm looking at you. Also, pasties are a thing that you put on your nipples, and so that you stay G-rated instead of being adults only. Not a food product. Britain, get your ass together. Mocking me, Greg's. Oh, you fucking bet I am. Not really. I don't know. I've never been. Can't speak to it. Whenever you do the two guns, I imagine that dwarf is just doing the Matrix triple back flips thing, or like what's it called? Max Payne style, like, you know, bullet time thing. That's how I like to imagine it when I see it. That's booming metal. We will do 300 bone crafts. Man, Clay, you're out of the you stopped training for like a minute and you're already depressed again. Come on. Killing me here, you dwarf. Killing me. Actually, it was less mocking Greg's and more me mocking the food stuff called pasties, because pasties are actually a thing that you put on your nipples. Commonly used by adult dancers. How's the 100's Longdeath going? The 100th day of Longdeath has been pretty good. No complaints. As far as Longdeath itself is also doing pretty good. Don't really have anything to complain about, once again. Just kind of chilling, hanging out, talking, shooting the shit, doing the stuff, you know, the works. And yourself, Diamond? How's the destructible diamonds doing? Pasties is the pronunciation for the British foodstuff pasty. Pasties are the things that you put on your nipples. They're spelt the same. I'm aware that they are pronounced differently, and I'm pronouncing them specifically because I'm referencing the British foodstuff pasty. I swear I know what I'm talking about. And the British foodstuff, to my knowledge, is more or less a meat pie. No, you're not. If you were sorry, you wouldn't have corrected me in the first place. Instead, you tried to be a know-it-all, and are thus apologizing now that you realize that I wasn't talking about the thing you thought that I was talking about. But yeah, Tycure, if you have any questions about Longdeath, let me know. Some men are ignorant about women shit? That's all I have to say to that. Some women think that all men are ignorant about women shit. What does that have to do with anything? The other end of the thing that I'm making fun of. Throat warbler mangrove? What? That's a sentence I've never read in my life. Explain like I'm 5, Socks? Pasties are the things that you put in your nipples, and that's how they're spelled, and that's what LaFonda's talking about, Stone. Pasties are a thing that you put in your food, or is a food stuff that you get in Britain. Monty Python skit? Oh. I am not a Monty Python directory like some people are. I like some Monty Python, but certainly never really followed much Monty Python. Like, I've seen some of the movies, but never really paid attention to the skits. Okay, so here, let's break this down, LaFonda. You come into the middle of a conversation and then proceed to correct me, not knowing the context of the conversation, claiming that I don't know what I'm talking about. Everybody on the internet does that, so it's fine. You're not alone. Hey, here's a correction for the thing that you... It's just like when someone's just like, hey, did you know that you could do this thing in a video game? And clearly didn't watch the whole video, and I do the thing multiple times throughout the video. I know, I'm agreeing with you that you're wrong. I just think it's funny, that's all. It's fine that you're wrong. Lots of people are wrong all the time on the internet. It's nice that you are coming to terms with being incorrect, but I'm just kind of playing along with it. You didn't feel anything after being in conflict. Why were you in conflict? Probably a bird dive bombed you. I'm taking what you were talking about, LaFonda, and then using it as a method of just mocking people on the internet in general. That's what I'm doing. If it wasn't immediately clear, that is what I'm doing. Well, a pasty shouldn't be confused with a pasty. Also shouldn't be confused with a pastry. Because fuck the English language with a shovel. To be totally clear, I wasn't expecting this conversation to go on this far. This all started with me commenting on the fact that I dislike when British people spell my name with 2 G's because they think of Greg's, which is the common pasty food chain. I regret everything. English, right? Yeah. Which is which? Buffalo, buffalo, buffalo. Buffalo, buffalo. Kill me. Not to be confused with pasta. Yeah, pasta's totally different. And don't copy pasta that pasty. Because the internet is cool. What? My name with 3 G's? I will time you out every single time you spell my name with 3 G's. I swear. Got him. So as long as you're aware of that. No, if you spell my name with 3 G's. If you just use the word 3G, that's fine. Do what you want with that. Ooh, free games on Epic. Go grab free games on Epic. Something called Lion Song. Don't know what it is. Might want to play it in 5 years. Gonna go buy it or grab it because it's free. Get. I don't even know what it is. Didn't even watch the trailer. And free game get. Free is free. Can't argue with free. I hope they gave them more than $20 for it. Actually, this does look really pretty. I love it when little like artsy games show up on Epic because it's like this isn't something I would normally play, but no worries, Gaggery. Gaggery? What? All right, Sook Small. Meh. Speaking of, there's actually some games on Epic that I need to play. One of the ones I want to play through is called Sludge Life. Celebrate, please. You had a series of XCOM characters in a YouTube series by a YouTuber you watch with the surname Greggs, and they were a bald woman, and they all died after their first mission. I mean, it's fair. I feel like every time I've been put into a streamer's XCOM game, I've died within a mission, so... With the exception of one person in my chat who was like, yo, can I put you into my XCOM game? And I was like, yeah, do that. And then they were like, you didn't die in your first mission. I was like, yay. I haven't heard about it since then, so I may be dead now. Wouldn't doubt. Wouldn't doubt at all, actually. In fact, I'd be shocked if I was alive still. Because usually in other people's video games, I'm about as alive as I currently feel, so not very. So chat room, anybody got any plans for the weekend? Anybody gonna do anything fun? I've kind of like gotten out of the habit of asking that question because of the pandemic. But now that we're like, I guess, kind of, sort of, maybe slightly coming towards the end of that, hopefully, people can actually start doing stuff now. So has anybody got any fun plans for the weekend? I might be watching a... What? Please tell me that's buzzard blood. Whew, it's buzzard blood. Nothing to worry about. The dwarves are kicking the shit out of that stupid buzzard. Buzzards, plural. You know what? Actually, let's let them... Let's get those corpses out of there. Kade's fighting with who? The king punched a buzzard to death and says, the king kicks the buzzard in the left lower leg and the foot injured part explodes into gore. And Kade says, I have improved my kicking. That was not satisfying. Why was that not satisfying? You improved your kicking. You should be happy that you improved your kicking. You, like, you difficult to please little shit king. The other character wasn't a Greg's, and her name was Anna. Wait. What, a spelling of another victim? I need to try and sneak into some level 3 hype trains over the next couple weeks because I really want to get that emote that everybody's immediately banning. Because, like, with all due respect to my stream team, I don't have a fear of fire or a fear of spiders. I really, really, really like spiders. And there's a spider emote. So who realistically doesn't want a spider bro emote? Because I really want that spider bro emote. And it's literally just a spider bro emote. So with all due respect to people who have spider phobias, I don't. And spiders are adorable. Stone's still stressy. Just dejected about the rain. A little bit of self-pity about food. Pretty usual. I think I just get the emotes from whatever level the hype trains end on, Diamond. So, I mean, most of the hype train emotes I've gotten have been from hype trains in my own channel, so yes. But I'm going to try and join in with some over the next few weeks. Specifically level 3, because I want to get hype creep. Because it's literally just a spider. Other spiders, not so much. All spiders are cute. All spiders are cute unless they're bigger than my hand and touching me. But spiders are bros. I don't know. I personally feel that it's a healthy thing to call spiders bros. Get it to max in like 1 second. Yeah, well, I don't need to give Linus Tech Tips money. They're doing just fine with all of the money that they get paid to review stuff. What do you have against spiders? I got nothing against spiders. I love spiders. I just don't like spiders that are bigger than my hand that touch me. I like looking at them. I don't like them touching me. It's like a space issue, you know? Spiders are fine as long as they're not bigger than my hand and touching me. If they're smaller than my hand and touching me, that's fine. It's just if they're bigger than my hand and touching me, then I'm upset. So please don't put your pet tarantula on me. But I will happily look at your pet tarantula and go, oh, it's cute. Just don't let it touch me. So I wouldn't like a Goliath bird eater? No. No. Or whatever those spiders that are the size of a shoebox are called. They're not Goliath bird eaters, but they're in Australia. I do recall a streamer who I like watching who's from Australia stated that he would rather drive his car into the nearest pole than have one of those on his chest. Almost crashed a vehicle once because there was one in his car. Apparently they like to hide underneath your your sunshades in cars. You want one, but Jeff won't let you? Then don't. Relationships are about sacrifices. We've been over this already today, Vasset. Because the current hype train emotes are... Where's the actual list of them? These things. These are the current hype train emotes. It's just a bunch of fucking puppies, right? And then just... that cute little spoder. Look at that cute little spoder. That's a cute little spider. Also, I also personally think that parrot's amazing. It's like, I want that parrot, that surprised-looking kitty, and that spoder. I want those three. The rest of them, they're just dogs. Boring as fuck dogs, but I want that parrot. I'm disappointed there's no snake on there, though. I'm not gonna lie. Crypt Snack is only snack. Exactly, Cooler. Exactly. That's a worm, not a snack. Cooler, get it right, come on. At least I think that's a worm. Is that actually a snake? It looks like a worm to me. They need a cuttlefish? I don't know, they needed a wider variety of pets, because supposedly it's actually just a bunch of big streamers' pets. I feel like they should have gone for more variety, you know? Like, it's nice that there's a parrot and a spoder in there, but like... It's a very tiny snake. I always thought it was a worm. I always thought it was a worm with a weird mouth photoshopped onto it. I guess I'll believe you. It's a snake. I always thought it was a Photoshop, Stone. Specifically the one with teeth. That Cooler, that person also has. It's not Cooler's emote. That Toad also has. Yeah, the one with teeth. Because that one disturbs me a little bit. Snakes with teeth, not okay. That is Photoshop? Yeah, that one. That's the one that scares me. That's the one that I thought was a worm because it just looks so weird and unrealistic and strange. I always thought it was like some weird, like, multi-animal combination thing. Yeah, but yeah, no. If I had my way, like these emotes would have that. Would have the spider. Would have this parrot. A couple of guppies, probably. Like someone probably owns a fish, right? At least one guppy. Like there's a massive like overbearingly numberly large of dogs. In fact, I'm pretty sure those are the same dog. Like, come on, like let's get some more. Like, I'm pretty sure that's the same dog as like at least. There's so many of the same dogs in here. Like, come on, like let's get some variety in here. Let's get like an iguana, a bunny rabbit. You know, like I don't know, a gecko. Hi, Hobo. How is you? Hermit crab. Exactly, right? Exactly. We just need some level 4 hype trains and a few people need to unlock hype creep. But if you don't like that emote, and I know that a lot of people don't, it's very easy to just block it from your terms, so you just won't see it. It's very, very easy to do that. So to those of you out there who do have, like, phobias to spiders, because I know people do, just ignore it and add it to your own blocked terms, and you'll never see it. Just like I've done with every single Pepe emote. You was good chilling? Good shit. Good shit. We chilling. We've got some new babies today, which is good. Brought in some more merchant workers, which is good. Time's passed. This is the 100th time I've streamed this Fort Hobo. I'm starting to understand how you say that you have Stockholm Syndrome with my stream. I'm starting to get Stockholm Syndrome with this fort. I want that spider emote. I guess because I like chaos. I like to sow the seeds of chaos. Kerpog spider? Nah. What, Gimper? 36 minutes until that's up, Socks. No. That's all I have to say to that. But also, yes, cute. It kind of looks like somebody threw a bunch of pearls at him. Like he got hit in the head with a bunch of pearls. I don't know. There's like 4 spiders that live in my kale outside, and I'm very careful not to water them. You got the job. Yay! Now what? If I wouldn't get shot out of the sky by Columbia Records, I would play House with 4 Doors by the Blue Oyster Cult. Wait. Thought you wrote that? I think I might have the band wrong. I'll start it on your end. Do what you gotta do, man. But yay, chat. Can I get a round of beers for Gimper who got the job? Now works for a door company. Not a Windows company, a door company. I like to imagine that it's a door company that specializes in trapdoors. So you just like get paid by supervillains to just like install trapdoors in front of people's office desks, and they just like push a button and you install those like doors so that they get to push a button and then they drop into a tank filled with sharks or something. Real fake doors. Or yeah, you just paint door. You just real doors, not paint doors, fake doors. So you don't just paint fake doors on walls. People go thonk and walk into the wall. Good stuff. Cheers. Should start on the first. Fuck yeah, man. That's a lot of beers. If you're able to walk out of here, that's impressive. See how stone's doing? If you've smartened up a little bit. Stone is satisfied after teaching spear. How about clay? Feels gratitude after a sparring session. All right, I think I can let these guys go. Hear that, chat? Gimper needs more than a few beers. Too late. We'll bring a keg. Mr. Burns is the largest client for trapdoors. That or just like everybody from the Evil Genius games. Just everybody from the Evil Genius games. It's not a plot arc, it's nothing but fact. Hey man, trapdoors is a big business. It's a much bigger business than trap windows, you know? Nobody wants trap windows. Trap windows just like, okay, you look down into the trap hole and it's just a dead giveaway. Yeah, that's why you install a trapdoor, not trap window. If you install a trap window, like no one's going to walk into your office because they're going to walk into your office and go, oh God, look, a shark tank. Why would I walk on that? That's dangerous. But instead, like trapdoor, much more effective. You know, they stand there unknowingly on top of the carpet. Then they push the button and then they go, wee! Snorkel. I know a lot about how this business works. Nothing but facts, you hear? Mm-hmm. Nothing but facts. You actually had to price a trapdoor at your old job? It was for a firefighter station? Sure, it was for a firefighter station. It says it was for a firefighter station. It was definitely like a criminal underground firefighter station. Maybe it was a trapdoor above a fire. That's actually really funny, though. Congrats on getting the job, though. Seriously. Joke, bullshit aside. Congrats on the new job. Huzzah for being employed. Now I'll have to tell others about it. Is this like that time where or is this like that one time when you told me that you got a job before you told Nix that you got a job? It's like, wait, hold on a second. You're telling streamer before you're telling your wife that you got job. We don't talk about that. I mean, I just think it's funny. I mean, come on, she knows, man. Too late. Streamer's just pouring this can of beans on the floor. Whoops, spilled the beans. It is funny. It's very funny. It's one of my favorite things that happened on stream in the past couple of years. Because you probably just did it a second time. No? Oh, really? You said it verbally first? Well, good job. You're learning. You're learning. Come on, dwarves. Get all friendly. Simulate Inara? The heck's an Inara? Oh, they're doing elf dances. The Umber Sweetness. Fascinating. Otherwise, he may have. Okay. I mean, so then he's not learning. Cheers, Gimper. Thanks for gifting a sub out to Einstein Zwei. Big thanks. It's a pity some rando gifted you a sub earlier. Otherwise, you would have been able to just sub instead of having to gift one. But yeah. Thank you, though. Seriously. Cheers. I need to pour me more coffee. My brain need more coffee in it. You know, as a dude, we never learn lessons. We're just better at hiding the mistakes that we make. This is his way of celebrating. You know, at least I'm part of your way of celebrating. Hey, Einstein Zwei. Sorry for waking you out of your lurk. You know, fun fact, the rainbow laser used to be a red laser. We made it into a rainbow laser for Pride Month, and then due to popular demand, I kept it, so. People wanted it, so I let them have it. Who's accepting, remembering, suffering the travesty of art defacement. The quest for knowledge never ends, says Belug. Crypt 1 is still red? Yeah. I mean, to be fair, it starts red and then turns into to rainbow laser as it goes, right? It starts off red and just like works its way into other colors. It's just like a slow improvement. It's a very different red than Crypt 1 and 2. I mean, if we actually need somebody to fix it, we can call Cooler. But yeah. I could, in theory, send him the original PNG and get him to fix it, but Keck W is banned here. It's not really banned here. You just call yourself stupid. Do you have beer in that cooler? Cooler, do you have beer in that cooler? Probably not, actually. Actually, I don't think he's here right now. I think Cooler's watching Bellinair. Yeah, Cooler's over in Bellinair's chat. So that'd be my guess is where he is. It's probably got me muted. No, he doesn't. Look at that. Hi, Cooler. I'm literally just waiting for these dwarves to have a goddamn orgy. It's like, you're all socializing and Crow's serving wine. It's like everybody's socializing. Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap is asleep on the floor, and everybody else is just socializing except for H2O, who's drinking, and Crow, who's serving wine. Everybody else is just like socializing. So hopefully they'll make babies. Can I double check your dwarf for a sec? Still a baby. You were relieved being near a waterfall. Relieved being near a waterfall. Annoyed when caught in the rain. And annoyed when caught in a snowstorm. So you're definitely a dwarf. Can confirm. Also, we're in the year 230 now. So. Usually when I wake up, by instance, I have Kiri, sometimes Bellinair, Evil Trick, FG, and then sometimes Cat on Mars if he's still on, and sometimes a sixth one, depending on who's on, up and running. So I usually have between 4 to 6 streams just up, running, and playing with volume on every morning for, I don't know, maybe an hour as I'm getting out of bed. I usually level the volume so one of them is louder than the rest of them, but if I hear something important, so I can just open it up via tab mute. Yeah, I do that sometimes too. Although I usually just have Twitch muted when I'm streaming, so Twitch, the whole site is muted. So I don't accidentally open up Bellinair and hear brrrr when he's rolling his R's, you know? Because, Also, Cooler, how's Bellinair liking before we leave? Because I have key for that. It's kind of between that and Golden Crown Hotel for this evening. You're sad that KEKW is dead? I used to get harassed with KEKW quite a bit. So I turned it into I'm Stupid instead because it's funny. So, I mean, if you want to use emotes that you're subbed for that are similar, go nuts. But, like, as far as the emote itself goes, I find it quite annoying. So I simply turned it into I'm Stupid because it's something that we can all laugh about. Because it's amusing. Oh, the actual guy died? Oh, that's unfortunate. R.I.P. I thought you were just referring to the emote being kerplunk. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with the actual dude. Or even the memes behind it. He's having fun? Okay, we'll do that tonight then. I was just kind of looking for the Bellinair opinion. He died like 2 weeks ago? Oh, really? Man, bad year to die. What, the I'm Stupid? Does Baru have I'm Stupid in his chat? I didn't know that. Baru is my favorite fun fact I've met person to drop on people these days. It's a fun fact. I've met Admiral Baru for like 5 minutes in a conversation with like a dozen people. I think Hobo was there too. I was told after the conversation was over that was Admiral Baru because he didn't introduce himself as his Twitch name. Actually, he didn't really introduce himself. He just joined into the conversation. A friend of mine said, "Hey, man," and then conversation just kept going. Then he said, "Well, gotta head back to the hotel," and he just walked away. We kept talking, and then 5 minutes later, he goes, "You know who that was, right?" I'm like, "No," and he goes, "That's Baru." I'm like, "Wait, what?" Hold up. Yeah, it was that party that I snuck you into, Hobo. It was the last convention we went to. He was at the convention for the one day and didn't actually buy a ticket, supposedly. He was just there to hang out and go to a couple events in the evening and talk to people and then left. Have a meeting with the company. Spouter on your wall. What a bro. Since then, I've seen a single picture of him on Twitter, so he's not much of a camera person. But frankly, if I was as famous as Baru, I wouldn't have my camera on. Like, quite literally, the only reason I use camera as much as I do is because my channel's a bit smaller. I feel like I wouldn't be super comfortable with that many people knowing what I look like. Want to reschedule now? Well. Yeah, no. I mean, Baru is one of the biggest channels on the site. So, although when he gifted that stupidly large number of subs in his channel, I lurked in his channel the entire day and somehow managed to not get gifted a sub. And I don't know about you, but I'm still kind of shocked. I'm like, how did I like 40,000 subs were gifted in that channel that day or something stupid like that? How did I not get gifted a sub? God damn it! I follow him at everything. Bah. But, you know, c'est la vie. Sub dodged. 1000% because I don't follow Rescue. Man, imagine being so famous that you could just like blink and partner a second channel for funsies so that you can have more emote slots. Imagine that. It's far from random? Oh, it very much is far from random. No algorithm is random. Come on. They're perfectly targeted and calculated and pre-planned and premeditated and... What's the purple exploding stuff? Have you ever smelled the stench of rotting flesh? It's that. It's miasma. I don't blame them. Yeah, I mean, like, they kind of have to be. I mean, it's bad for dwarves. Dwarves really dislike it, but they'll live. Humans have arrived. I'm wondering if we will get a... human trader this time. We haven't in a few years. Let's just get rid of all that clothing. Yeah, no, you don't really want your dwarves to stand in miasma because they're not a fan. They are not much of a fan. More of a vent, frankly. Dwarves are less of a fan and more of a vacuum. Can't I sell what causes miasma? More specifically, I'm throwing it in the trash so that it goes away, which is what I did. Well, rather, that one's still there, but... I mean, it's rotten food. It's simply, I'm butchering like 100 animals, and they are rotting faster than we can butcher them, which is the problem. Or rather, the meat is rotting after we butcher them faster than we can put it away. Really? Just the one human caravan arrived? Butcher slower? Not quite how the game works, unfortunately. And then also just dwarves taking meals and then claiming it as theirs and then just leaving it somewhere. Why did I butcher 100? Why do you ask silly questions? The other human caravan arrived, but doesn't really matter all that much. Because you asked a silly question. The reason I butchered so many is because I need to keep the populations down. In theory, I could just remove all of the animals, but I'm butchering them more for the leather and for the bones, less for the meat. So most of the meat just gets thrown away because I've got a bajillion meat. By that I mean I have 6,838 meat, which is plenty of meat. I might actually just sell all of my meat again. It's been a while since I've done that, so let's do that. Sell all of the meat that we have in the fort because I'll have another fucking 1,000 by the time I'm done. Make 200 rock pots to store that meat. When I see you say that, Bastet, I think, we in grade 6 again. To praise the meat god? Not very dwarfy. Dwarves are a bit more, make things out of stone or metal. Or bone. Not so much meat. This is Dwarf Fortress, not Fogo de Chao. Although, man, it's a big pity we didn't get MeatCon 2020 or MeatCon 2021. MeatCon 2025, guys? Anybody? Nikon's a camera. The tubers. Why are we praising tubers? Also, hey, Fry Guy. hella down for MeatCon 2025. We should try and have MeatCon in another part of the States. Let's see if anybody actually... see if we can get more than one person to show up. Oh, really? You're just copying the CZ? I'm not even looking at it. No, MeatCon was at the end of TwitchCon 2019, which was the last TwitchCon I went to. Me and a bunch of friends, including Hobo and a few others, all went to Fogo de Chao, which is a Brazilian barbecue, which is basically just people walk around with huge barbecued carcasses on swords and just say, okay, what cut of meat do you want? And they just walk up and go, bonk, and then just hack it off. And it's like, well, there's a rare steak. There you go. They just do that nonstop for the entire day, and it's like, you know, much better ones. I mean, there's one in Vancouver that's better than that, and also not corporate. I think it's still open. Stone's depressed again. That was quick. What squad are you in again, Stone? Just get your squad training. But yeah, it was fun. And we jokingly called it MeatCon. MeatCon to end TwitchCon. And we all agreed that we would do it again the next year. And then we didn't, because pandemic happened. Sad days. Not dinner time yet. It was either that or time to go to bed. It's like, do you know what time it is? Time to go to bed? I always have my dishes done before I'm finished cooking dinner, because I clean dishes as I'm cooking. So by the time I'm done dinner, or by the time I'm done cooking, it's always a motivation high. Is it? I don't have motivation for anything, ever. I just have one emotion, and that's eternal sadness and boredom. Although boredom isn't really emotion. Boredom is a state. Not a united one, unfortunately. That's boring. Cooking is fun. I like cooking every day. Cooking is one of the few enjoyable parts of my day, so if I cooked 2 days ago and, like, didn't cook again for that long a period of time, I would be very sad. Also, that is the perfect amount of meat. The perfect amount of meat. Or is this from ADD and a severe lack of dopamine? Fair enough. Yeah. Done work. Huzzah! Freedom! Cooking is your zen. Yeah. Cooking is one of the rare times I feel happy. Last night I made pasta and homemade pasta sauce. Spent more time making the pasta sauce than I did making the pasta. From tomatoes, from fresh garden fresh tomatoes, and All of the greens were from my garden. Garlic, onion, etc. Unfortunately, I was very, very, very baked, so I didn't remember to take photos. But I'll take a photo tonight because I'll make pasta and eat the same sauce because I still got tons of leftovers from the sauce. So I was much more keen to just kind of eat the pasta. So apologies on that one, but... It's a sauce delivery vehicle unless you make the pasta fresh, and then that's... Yeah, well, okay, so I used to have a pasta roller, and my ex's cat broke it. I had this like small portable foldable pasta roller, and my ex's cat jumped up onto the counter and knocked it off, and it shattered. Broke my goddamn heart. I'm telling you, it broke my goddamn heart. I was like, no. It's like I lost my best friend. One of the saddest things that's ever happened to me. Pretty much, yeah. Fucking cat. Fucking cats, man. So, I haven't made fresh pasta in a while. I've been like thinking about, because I don't even have like a roller or anything. Like I don't have a fucking rolling pin. So, I've thought about like you're pretty upset with one of yours right now? I mean, that's just a constant state of owning a cat, though, isn't it? It's like you're always just upset with them. It's like now I have so many houseplants. It's like I never get to own a cat again. And you know what? I'm okay with that. I'm kind of okay with that. I like my houseplants. I like them to have leaves. Sweet. We only have 211 meat now. Perfect. You're almost over making fresh pasta? See, I haven't made fresh pasta in several years, so it's still a novelty to me. Wait, sometimes you have a cat or sometimes you have a lot of houseplants? Because you kind of can't have both of those things. Made bomb-ass pasta. True story, back when Game Wisp existed, I used to support a cooking stream on Game Wisp, and her highest tier was... which I never subscribed to, which was $150 a month. She would mail you fresh-made dehydrated pasta. I never subscribed at that tier, but I was always tempted to. You've never had fresh pasta? It's pretty good. It's better than, like, just normal-ass packaged pasta, which is all I have right now, unfortunately. Sometimes you have a cat. Do you mean you have a cat that visits sometimes? Like, how do you sometimes have a cat? Yeah, I don't even have a rolling pin. I don't even have that. You think you've had a fresh pasta like twice at a local fancy or Italian place? There's a local fancy Italian place around here that will make you a fresh pasta, but by we, I mean I. Hobo made all of it. At some point, Halcyon Frequency will be a big corporation, maybe. And when we do that, we'll have to have a catered dinner and get Hobo to help make barbecue for us. We can even barbecue some eggplants for the vegans in the crowd. Has anybody seen that vegan steak video that fucking why am I blanking on his goddamn name? Yeah, Gordon Ramsay uploaded where he just like does all of the steps to make a steak, but with an eggplant, and then at the very end, it takes it out of the pan and it's just a steak. Uploaded that on April 1st. I actually found it weirdly funny. I don't know why. Oh yeah, barbecued corn. Barbecued broccoli is actually like very underrated. Like if you were just taking like a whole thing of broccoli and just put that on the barbecue, oh my god. So fucking good. That and the fuck's that stuff called? Cauliflower. It was like white broccoli. What the fuck's that shit called? Cauliflower. Cauliflower is also really good on the barbecue. At that point, you might as well just make skewers, you know? I already ate lunch and I'm fucking hungry again. Right, plantains? Plantains are like impossible to get up here. I've never actually eaten a plantain outside of plantain chips, which I've eaten. So my sliding glass door is open and it's windy outside. There's just like leaves blowing off the tree into my apartment. I think I maybe should go close the door. Might need to do that pretty soon. I mean, it's not really something to feel sorry for. Mostly because I don't really know what I'm missing. It's just not really our climate. Like, sometimes I see them in stores, but they're really fucking expensive because they're all imported. Like, they just don't grow here. And there isn't really enough of a demand that they're frequently imported. So when they are, they're very expensive. So, I mean, it's not really something to feel bad about. Some grilled buttered corn. I haven't had corn in a very long time. I don't really buy corn. Corn is something that, like, you buy to feed multiple people. I don't have friends, so I don't really eat corn very often. 3 plantains for $1. Flip that. That's about how much a plantain is here. I would need to look at a recipe. Depends on what you're making. But Hobo could probably tell you in a sentence. It's pretty simple. It's basically just like flour and egg. There's not too much more to it. Flour, egg, some salt. It's half a meal for one person. Insert a little bit of olive oil meme. A little bit of olive oil. A little bit more olive oil. A little bit more olive oil. Pours the rest of the olive oil. A little bit of olive oil. It's a really good meme. I'm not gonna lie. It's a really good meme. 2 shots of vodka, 2 shots of vodka, 2 shots of vodka, 2 shots of vodka. Yeah, that's chug, chug, chug. The whole thing of vodka. And then meanwhile, Apator walks in. He goes, eep, eep, and just chugs the whole thing of vodka. Hi, Suey. How's things, Suey? Don't usually have eggs. Really? I buy eggs 3 dozen at a time, so I power through eggs. If I don't have eggs, I'm a sad, sad, sad boy. Thanks, Hobo. Well, I mean, Let's just find this fucking GIF. Where's that room? Food picks and stuffs. A little bit of olive oil. Where's that? No, I'm not looking for olive oil punching people. Yes, this one. Just the look on his face is funny to me. Meanwhile, in my Discord, LaFonda's torturing me. Meanwhile, in Iceland, the volcano is still not erupting again, and I'm sad. It was erupting earlier. It's been a while. I mean, do I have to be specific about dates, Science and Spy? I mean, Japan does that with everything, though, LaFonda. But the existence of mayo is disgusting and disturbing. Sounds like it was recent. 2017 was recent. Unless you're like 7 years old, then it was half a lifetime ago. If you're an adult, that's recent. That sounds like a waste of bread, LaFonda. It's like, why don't you have a sandwich-shaped sandwich? Yeah, not necessarily you do, but I'm sure there's people out there that don't. About the year without a summer. No, should I? Oh, speaking about volcanoes. Yes. Speaking of volcanoes. Not erupting currently. Sad face. I want volcano to go send lava everywhere. Like we had that 500-meter shoot like 3 days ago. Can we get more of that, please? I'm very disappointed at the lack of volcanoes currently. Or rather, the lack of lava coming out of said volcano. Yep. I mean, I didn't want to say it, Hobo. I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to say it. Yeah, it's like a hard bun, isn't it? Sort of. It's like a crusty lump of bread. Crusty lump of bread. Yeah, no, I have heard of that. The year without a summer. A lot of people died. Frankly, year without a summer. That's fucking lovely. Not gonna lie. It's too fucking hot all the time. God damn. That sounds wonderful. Can we just like have a big old eruption? I mean, I would yell too if you clipped my claws and I was a cat. Nice and cool. Oh, that sounds wonderful. Oh, I've got plenty of canned food. Jokes aside, I have about 3 months worth of canned food. Have I had one? Well, there's a bakery chain around here called Cobb's Bread, and they do sell cobs. So, yes and yes. I have about 17 hours worth of fat on me. Like, if I didn't eat, I would probably last about a day. Besides, as I always tell people, if to those weird fetishists who are like, I want the post-apocalypse, I'm like, just remember, I'll be dead. Everybody's just like walking around wanking off going, man, I want the post-apocalypse, zombie apocalypse, or something. Let's prep for this shit. And I'm like, I'll be dead regardless. It don't matter. Post-apocalypse happens, I have like 5 months, tops, before I just wither away. You're way too fragile physically to survive long? Yeah, I'm in a similar boat. Not quite the same, but similar. Okay, who titles a game Imagine Earth? I don't need to. I'm on it. I live it every day. It's obnoxious. But apparently there's a game coming out called Imagine Earth. Who the hell names a game Imagine Earth? Oh, actually, never mind. Sorry, it's out. It's on Steam. It's on Steam. You could play it, I guess. It's this. This actually looks very similar to Before We Leave. Huh. Weird. Anyway, imagine calling a game Imagine Earth. Did that used to have a different name? What the hell is that game? Good question. Apparently it's been out since May 2014. Or in early access since 2014. According to Steam, anyway. Release date May 2014. So I don't know about that. But apparently it's leaving early access soon. So 7 years, yeah, right? Longer in development than... It's been in longer development than most games have existed. Oh, because they changed the early access release? Yeah. No, it's annoying when a game's like, oh, this is a brand new game. And then you look at the comments and it's like, oh, you have 77,000 hours in a negative review. It's like, early access review. It's like, oh, this game's old. Seven years in early access and 380 reviews, meaning that, like, no one owns it. Also, I glanced at Bellinair's stream, and now I have a title for my when I play Before We Leave in about, I don't know, 30 minutes. 23rd of Galana, late summer. Get upstairs, dwarves. $29 cases? Yeah, don't go outside. It's dangerous out there. This is why I continue to have no friends. Speaking of new releases, Subnautica Below Zero is out in just a few days, technically. I won't play it because it would make me hyper motion sick, just like the first one does, but... Yeah, that game's soon. Like soon. Serious Brothers is the name of the developers, yeah. For Imagine Earth. It's in the top 10 places. Top 10 of worst places for COVID. What country are you in again, Freskins? Yeah, also in your nation or globally? Yeah, that's a question. Oh boy. Good luck, Suey. That's terrifying. I mean, it's not like anybody in the US was wearing them anyway, but still. Hey, that's all I have to say to that. That is all that I have to say to that is hiya. Still, my same response, even if you're fully vaccinated. Oh, just in the EU, Freskins? Oh, well. I mean, it's just okay. Well, have you seen those percentages, Critty, of people that just aren't showing up for their second vaccination? Heads up, Stone. It's autumn, so we're about to get more shipments of tributes. But it's like does it really matter? Like, man, the number of people that are bullshitting that. And the number of people that are not showing up for their second vaccinations or just claiming that they're vaccinated and are not. It's like, I don't know. This shit might be over in a year, but I don't think it'll be over for me for a very long time. The 2 annual tributes have arrived. To be clear, when I say all these things, it's like I'm not claiming that you guys shouldn't do things, and I'm not calling any of you guys anti-vaxxers. But what I'm doing is I'm saying I trust generally the people in my chat, right? I don't trust the wider public at all. Just period. You know, I think that if you are in a health situation where you are not at risk and you're fully vaccinated, you know what, you do what you want. But as someone who is a health liability, and that isn't changing anytime soon, I don't feel safe. I haven't felt safe for a very long time, and I don't think I will feel safe for a very long time, especially in a world where that virus is still mutating, and certain vaccines are becoming less effective against it. It's just scary to watch. I'll put it that way. Very, very, very scary to watch. Yeah, and you had your first jab before I did. I had my first jab on April 6th, and they haven't gotten back to me yet about my second. They said in 3 to 6 months I would receive a heads up on when I can go get my second one. So I am still waiting for this world to stop hating. Actually, everything that I've been told by everybody I've talked to and based on my research is that if you don't react as strongly, it means you either already had it or have a weaker immune system, which means that ironically COVID won't affect you as much, because what COVID does is it's like a mini autoimmune disorder. It makes your like white blood cells just murder your own internal organs. So if you have a shitty if you have a shitty or like less good immune system, or a weaker immune system, that's probably a nicer way to say it, then you don't react as strongly. So yeah, if your immune system is awful, you wouldn't be affected as badly by COVID, and also you won't react as heavily to the shots. But if you have a very strong reaction like I did, where I felt like I had the fucking flu, it means you have a stronger immune system, and you would have gotten fucked up by COVID. So that's a big one, I think. Let me know when you're ready. Well, question, when you get a normal, like, cold, how long does it last, Critty? You got it? Cool. Because, like, when I get a cold, I have a sore throat for 6 hours and it's gone the next day. Versus, like, my dad, or versus my mom, when she gets a cold, she's, like, down and out for a week and a half, right? My dad is very much like me, where he just snaps his fingers and the cold is gone. If I get a cold, I go take a nap and it's gone. My dad's very much the same way. I was hit like a bus by the vaccine. Same with my dad, whereas my mom just like shrugged and walked it off. So it's usually a 24-hour thing. I mean, maybe you had it. Who knows? I don't know. I don't like the world very much. And the last year has just kind of accentuated my paranoid tendencies. Hey, Artistic. Maybe a few days to a week for a cold? Sounds like you have a weaker immune system then. Like if you have a cold for a week. But I'm not a doctor, so what the fuck do I know? Your fortress kind of melted? Did you pour lava on it? A copper cage with a cardinal in it. How nice of them. No. That's hot, Aqua. Come on. If it melted, it had to get really hot. You captured a dragon? Then why would your fort melt? That's rare, though. And didn't get out of bed for 12 hours? Yep. Ooh, Mandalore's got a Patreon poll up for his next game review. Well, I know what I'm voting for. What I'm voting for is winning. Would you look at that? Tried to get it into a room on a chain. Jerry didn't appreciate the chain as your dwarves did it and got a bit angry. Oh, did you not tame it first? Oh. Hey, you know, it's a good way to die though, like let's be honest. Becoming the lair of a great beast like a dragon is a very admirable way to go. Clearly not that well trained. Clearly not that well trained. It's like saying, yeah, my dog's house trained, and then it shits on the floor, and it's like, house trained, eh? House trained. You kind of entombed Jerry. I like that you called it Jerry. Like that's my favorite part about this whole thing is that you've named it Jerry. Jerry Johnson, first of his name. Ah. Not Draggy McDragface? I prefer the name you used first, Blind Guy. How you doing, Holy Spokes? Never change. Good. No, you don't speak of him. Since you weren't doing too well mentally, I feel that. Stone. I feel that. You have this super awesome headache? Oh, fuck yeah, man. Super awesome headache crew unite. Shoutouts to Super Awesome Headache Squad. Also, Volcano's nice and glowy. I used to know a Twitch person who used to go by the name Bear Castle. Unfortunately, though, Bear Castle Classic hasn't streamed in a very long time. Because you left education. By education, you mean anxiety simulator? There's a lot of random crap sitting in this trade depot. A lot of random crap. There we go. Well, would you look at that? Kavish Antorek. I am your new liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. We've updated your civilizations and world info. What requests do you have of our merchants? All of the wood, please. It didn't go badly? Well, good morning. Hope you had fun. Pilot. So good news, I guess? You don't have a creepy stalker? More a lonely ex? But I'm glad it didn't go badly. Nothing exciting. Feels bad, man. Let's get a description of Zenubi. She has a broad body. Her small lobed ears are flattened. Her hair is straight. Her very long hair is braided. Her nose is narrow. And her cobalt eyes are close set. Her eyebrows are extremely dense. And her head is somewhat short. Her hair is a crew. And her skin is sandy taupe. New outpost liaison for a new fort. Screenshot it if you want it. I have to make a statue out of this person. Kivish. Bolt Crutch. Bolt Church. Bolt Church. That's a good last name. I like that. Kivish Bolt Church. It's good to have you around. I mean, to be fair, you did kind of post the overly attached ex-girlfriend text in the Discord, so can you really blame us for assuming she's a psycho? Glad it went well, though. It's good to have more friends. You can make statues of people. UMQ. Stat you. And make it out of whatever material. Then hit D. And, rather. I think I need to set metal. Statue. Say green glass statue. Hit D. Press enter, and then you can just select from what you want. You can make a stite or whatever. That also, or that rather, I don't want a random green glass statue. That also works for engravings. So if you go to engrave a wall somewhere, like say this wall, hold down capital D. I don't know. Let's make an image of our king. Done. There's a video on my YouTube channel how to do that. How to design engraved statues. It's one of those little details that most people don't know exists. One of those nice little details. Yep. You could make statues of every single one of your dwarves dead and put them in their bedrooms. So they get to sit next to a statue of themselves being dead. I don't know why anybody would actually do that, but you could if you were so inclined for some horrendous reason. Do they like that? If it's a fine statue, yes. It's an artistic pose of me dead. Beautiful. I mean, they don't actually require it, but... Oh yeah, the best randomly created art in this fort was this one. The best art was this one. Engraved on this wall is an exceptionally designed image of a horse by Eternal Lala Gadan. The horse is falling. The artwork relates to the collision of a horse with an obstacle in Longdeath in the mid-autumn of 31. It's the best image. It's a horse falling off my wall and going splat. We're now, that was almost 200 years ago, actually. Literally. That was almost 200 years ago. It's literally an image of a horse colliding with an obstacle. It's brilliant. I also have another one. That I remember being pretty funny. It's just a sheep. Wasn't there like a llama getting slaughtered and a dwarf crying? This is Hobo hugging two llamas, which is adorable. Although recently I had a dwarf die, and that dwarf was buried up here. The dwarf that died was Apostle II, and Apostle II was married to Sparkly 4K, which is my mare. And on this wall is an image of Apostle II and the dwarf Sparkly 4K. And the dwarf. This is an image of Apostle and Sparkly 4K by Simplex. Apostle II is embracing Sparkly 4K. The artwork relates to the marriage of the dwarf Apostle II and the marriage Sparkly 4K in the mid-autumn of 164. So in the mid-autumn of 164, those two dwarves died. And that's the image that was drawn on their tomb after one of them died. Which actually is the second statue or engraving in this fortress of somebody who died after getting married. There's a statue of two kobolds that were married, and we killed one of them. And I shall forever feel bad. But it's still awe-worthy. It still is awe-worthy, right? Still trying to finish slaughtering all these animals. My favorite DF comic is the large hairless ass that's poking through the back door, and it just says some beasts are better left forgotten. It's just a giant butt shooting fire at the dwarves. Because I'm very mature. Some beasts are better left forgotten indeed. All right, chat. What time of year is it? It's early autumn, the year 230. We started on year 228, around the same time of year. I think we're going to call it for the day on the dwarves, because I got a brand new game to play that came out on Steam today. It's been on Epic for like a year, though, called Before We Leave, which is a game that I've had on my to-do list for a little bit. So I think we're going to save Longdeath. Go play something new. How's that sound? Good day in Longdeath, though. Good day. If you're here specifically for dwarf-related things, there's probably somebody else streaming dwarves. I don't actually know. I haven't checked. I think Nico is. Let's actually check. Oh, no. Never mind. I don't actually know anybody who's streaming. But there are 2 people streaming DF right now. I'm sure one of them is fine, if that's what you would like to watch. If you're sticking around, though, that'd be cool. I'd prefer that you stick around, ideally. The Longest Death has continued for a little bit longer. Yeah, this is true. Has continued. But yeah, no, we're not ending the stream. We're going to probably go for at least another 2 hours. But we're going to go play Before We Leave, which is a World, a game about leaving.